Okay, we're gonna start. Please sit down.
Because I have different. No, it is useless. I saw it differently because I first wanted to take different articles of different papers in one of which then the letter is too confusing for the people, so I cancelled it. Okay, that's why I didn't have it. You can delete this.
Hello, can I please ask everyone to sit down? Good morning. I hope everyone had a nice Euro dinner yesterday. We're almost on time, almost. There's one thing. Some of you that have voting devices did not sign out yesterday. You might think that's not so important, but it's very important that you also return it and sign out, because otherwise we have problems in the morning because we do not know whether we can give you a voting device. Please, it's important. It's not just because we want it. So after the plenaries today, please sign out. We're going to start this morning with a quorum check. Okay. Were you at the Euro dinner yesterday? Yes, obviously. I had better things to do. Euro dinner. Okay, please vote now. Okay.
But is it fine now? Are you sure that's going to work?
It's fine. I mean, we don't need
Because
to
we
vote.
have error message.
I mean, we can do another one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but it didn't. Your program didn't like show the graphs.
Okay, thank you. We have reached the quorum. So we will directly continue with the agenda and we will continue the candidate presentations. That's why I'm happy to invite Jonathan on stage.
Hello, everybody. So, shh. Oh, we did it at the same time. Nice. So my name is Jonathan. I'm the current treasurer running for re-election of treasurer for another year. Just briefly about my background, you all know me as the treasurer, but I actually used to be the president. So I started in ESN Lund in Sweden. I was the president there, so that's when ESN became my home, I would say. Then I went on to be the president of ESN Sweden, and there I did basically everything. So I did educational affairs, national events, national platforms, partnerships, accounting, all that stuff. Now, from that experience, I had to move on, so I took it to the next level and made it to the international board. Now, I know that the IB was going to be a very tough experience, but it was a lot tougher than I thought, I have to admit. So, I mean, the first 6 months, I would say, was a very intense learning period for me. I mentioned it before. It was like accounting, budgeting, administration, Belgian law, all that kind of stuff, and it was quite difficult. Also, I had to learn about ESN International. I came from the national board. I was not an NR, so it's a lot of things you have to learn. So that was quite difficult. But 2014, I would say, is my turning point. When I stopped playing defense all the time, putting out fires, and started being proactive and going on the offensive and moving projects and such. And this was important for my motivation because people would ask me last year about being a treasurer. They would say, "Is it fun?" Because people ask you that, and I was kind of hesitating to say yes. Actually, it's quite a tough thing to do. And but now, I mean, today I don't really hesitate. I mean, today it's yes, it is. It is actually fun, believe it or not. So, some lessons learned. What I want to do for the future. I want to emphasize, well, I have to start here, as I always do, financial management. You have to be aware that ESN is growing in size and complexity, so we have to improve along with it. Now, we've done a lot of improvements. We've, for instance, hired a professional accountant. That's good. But we need to create a perfect machine to make sure that the treasurers of the future can focus solely on strategic matters. So that's very important. Also, this needs to be disseminated to the network. We need to support the network, and this is why I planned a meeting of the national treasurers and partnership managers to take place in April to create this really international group of at the national level where we can do projects together and support each other. I think this is very important. It's very difficult to work together as treasurers, especially because it's a very technical job. Also, we need to involve IB alumni. I've done this as well. There's a lot of sort of ESN financial knowledge that's very difficult, so we need to make sure we keep IB alumni and support current treasurers. And this is something that needs to be done in the future. Also, put them include them in the internal audit is very important. Okay, to partners and foundations, I think we need to continue this network-oriented approach. I think it's clear to everybody by now that if the network doesn't support a partnership, it's just going to die sooner or later. And I'm looking to create long-term partnerships where you can really develop value for both us and the partner. And then you also have to kind of change your approach. I think partners are not really interested in just buying simple marketing service, post on Facebook here, in the newsletter there. They really want to be part of the Erasmus, project, the Erasmus experience. So we need to involve them in what we do. We need to do competition in the network, involve them in our projects, and so forth. This is, for instance, what we're doing with Moving Europe. We're starting to talk to about 4 different partners to get really involved in the project, and this creates a lot of value for us and for them. And then following this logic, you get one big partner in every market. So if you're very close, then of course you're exclusive. So I think this is the approach we need to do. Just briefly about foundations. A lot of you don't know about this, but there is like a big industry of foundations supporting European integration and European youth. And this is something we've talked about for a long time. There's a lot of money, there's a lot of potential for support, but you need a lot of experience to explore these opportunities. You need a lot of connections. So this is something I want to work on, to really be the first person at the IB to explore these opportunities. Then ESN card. I mean, this is, as you know, I think this is a win-win for everybody, students, us, and companies as well. So students get discounts in the local communities all over Europe, and companies get a chance to reach the students. And if you just think about the fact that there are hundreds of thousands of international students all over Europe, it's easy to see that this could be, I think it is, the key to our financial future. But we're nowhere near kind of reaching that potential. I mentioned a few 100,000. We're nowhere near that. So we need a real relaunch of the ESN card in 2014. I'm talking technical improvement. I'm talking QR code. I'm talking mobile app. I'm talking new features on the website. We need better partners, so students who are attracted to the website. This is why we're talking to Sony right now, to bring a big company to the website. Also, I think it's crucial to involve the network in this. This is why we want to adapt the website to the national and maybe even local level. So maybe you can have national discounts displayed in the national versions of the website and have the website adapted to where you are as a student. So if you're in Italy, for example, you will see the Italian version, which is almost the same, but slightly customized. And this will bring ownership to the network. I think this is crucial for it to work. So, story, last big project, ErasmusIntern.org. So this is the biggest project we've ever done. Web platform bringing together students and companies seeking to establish traineeships. The basic business concept, I think, is quite simple. It's us supporting students getting EU grants for making traineeships. And there are a lot of demand for this among companies. And we are quite uniquely placed to be able to provide this and, again, create a win-win situation. We have this huge network and contact with students. And ESN.org can promote the story platform quite well. So I think this is also a huge project that we need to focus on. Okay, so lastly, looking at the future, I just want to say that I'm not really surprised to be standing here again 2 years after. I mean, when I applied the first time, I knew that I wanted to apply again because I think in 1 year it's very difficult to get really make big accomplishments. So I'm really happy to have the opportunity to be here again, that I still have the motivation. And that partly also comes from the fact that we're moving forward quite nicely. I think if I look back at the last 9 months, I'm quite proud of how the network's moved forward. I've been in ESN now for a few years, and I see that we're always kind of pushing the envelope. We have a very kind of aggressive approach. We're always moving forward. I think that's very inspiring. And last but not least, the opportunities. I mentioned them now, Story, ESN card, the partnerships. I think this is really what keeps me going. It's my personal ambition. It's my ambition for ESN, and they align perfectly. So this is why I hope you will support me, and so we can work together for another year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan. Now it's time for questions.
Do I stay here or do I go down? Okay. I look more imposing. Maybe I should go down. I think I'll go down because although the mic's down there, I'm not so. Okay. So I hold it like this? I don't have.
Hello, I'm Henry from Estonia. I'm the national treasurer. And my question to you is very concrete. There are some sections who don't accept the ESN card from other countries or even other local sections. What is your opinion on this matter and how it should be tackled?
This is a very difficult one. Honestly, I should say I don't have the solution right now. You're looking for a concrete answer. I don't really have it. I would wish that all sections accepted cards from other countries, that we could do that in the future. I think especially if we add the value of the card to everybody and make sure everybody earns enough from the card, there won't be this kind of exclusion. I know this is also related to some legal rules in some countries, that the card is connected to memberships in certain countries, linked to insurance. This is actually quite a complicated subject, something we plan to tackle. If I give an answer now, it wouldn't really be a solid answer because it might change. I would want to say that this is something we're looking very carefully at, and this is something I'm going to work on for the next few months. I don't think it's something we can solve easily, though, because the network is very decentralized, and it's very difficult to force things on sections in the countries, and we don't really want to. We want to find a solution where everybody voluntarily kind of agrees on the same concept. So this is, you just identified a major challenge we have ahead of us the next year.
I am Tim from ESN Utrecht, the Netherlands. There's a chance that from the current board, nobody will re-elect it. Would it be of any influence on your motivation?
Tough to say. I mean, of course, we are. We are a good team, of course, and if you create a good team, you motivate each other. That's something I think everybody understands. If you're good friends, you work well together. So, but it's really hard to say. I mean, if there's a new team, hopefully we can create as good of an atmosphere and friendship as we have in the current board. there's no guarantees, of course. So I really couldn't say.
I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay. So, except for you, is there anyone else? No. So, the speakers list is closed, and Henry, Tim, Gaffa, Iris, Roman, Damian, and Mike are still on the speakers list.
Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for your presentation. Quick question. All the other candidates talked about committees in the presentations, but I don't think you mentioned it at all. Can you elaborate why and what you think about the committees, your committee?
I think it was just a matter of, I guess I would say, time constraint. I think the committee, when I look at the sponsorship team, they support partnerships. When I look at the audit team, I mentioned internal audit. That's very much their main task. What I didn't mention then was the marketing team, gadgets. But this, I think, it is quite important. I mentioned it in my updates. It's kind of a difficult area to introduce new gadgets and in a profitable way. But we are moving forward quite well there. We have, like I told you before, we have a lot of new gadgets on the horizon that I think we can introduce during this year. But it's not one of these big strategic topics, the gadget strategy of ESN. That's why I didn't include it in the presentation. It's important, but it's not as big as the other three main strategic points that I brought up. But the committee is very important. I just kind of integrated them into the presentation.
Hi, I'm Roman, National Treasurer of Switzerland. I get a question about partnerships. So a lot of sections feel that they're kind of, it's decided over their head and they don't really have any control about deals and what's going on. And they don't really feel obliged to actually follow the partnerships. So do you plan to make the process more open? Do you kind of go in the direction of also opening the numbers about partnerships, presenting what a partner actually does to international, national and local level?
We actually just did this. I don't know if we're the first board to do this, but I got a lot of surprises. We actually released the numbers from the partners, the exact numbers, quite recently to the national boards for them to see. Of course, this is always a bit sensitive information. When you sign a contract, you can't just reveal everything because the company doesn't want you to just spread it everywhere. So we do disclose it now to the national boards. I think this is important. I don't see a reason why. We do, like I said, we do want partnerships that the network supports. You don't need to be believe in a kind of a strong democratic process to believe in this system, because it's clear, as I said before, if the network doesn't support a partnership, it's going to be dead in less than a year. And we've seen that happen. I can mention Bus to Alps. I think this is one example. We looked at it. The sections didn't like it. It was dead. From the minute it started, we knew it's not going to last. It started before my time, of course. So this is the approach we just cannot have, because I think it's very short term. And like I said, we want long-term partnerships.
Hello, I'm Iris. I'm FICO Vice Chair. And, my question is also related to the FICO. And I really want to ask you, are you really planning to do gadgets? And are you going to work? Okay. Sorry. My name is Iris, and I'm FICO Vice Chair. And I really like to ask Jonathan if he will work more closely together with his committee next year and introduce new gadgets.
I think I'm quite sure I will. I mean, this is how to answer this quickly. I mean, when it comes to working with the committee, I think this is something I started doing late in my mandate, because I had to learn a lot about the headquarters. I think the difference between being a treasurer is a bit that you have to focus so much on the headquarters compared to the other board members that you kind of get to the network part a bit later. But I think it's going quite well. I think the marketing team with the gadgets is where I sort of have the most to do to get to that close relationship. But I think with the audit team and also now with the sponsorship team, me and Oscar have been talking a lot about it lately. So it's really the gadgets where we need to kind of have that aggressive strategy. And for me, this is the next step. I really have no doubts here. In the fall, we sell a lot of New Yorker stuff, and this is what I call the gadget season. So for me, this is really where we're going to make the big release, and even some smaller gadgets before that. So for me, this is about experience. And I was lacking experience in the beginning, but now I feel that I have it. So I'm confident in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. I'm Damian from ESN Poland. I have a question about diversification of the funds in the budget. When you look at the incomes, there are like three types of incomes. You can look to the Erasmus buckets, like from ESN.org. You can look at the institutions to get a public grants, or you look at the partnership. And sometimes we had a problem with diversification because most of the money comes from the public grants, and then it may disappear. So what's your strategy about that? So how do you want to follow?
I think it's clear. ESN is very aggressive when it comes to grants. We search for grants very aggressively. We haven't been as aggressive, I think, in partnership, bringing private income. And I think this is more stable. I talked about long-term stable partnerships. This is part of why we want these kind of partnerships, because income then is stable and rising instead of going up and down all the time. I think, as I mentioned, I think ESNcard.org, ESN Card Project, is really the key to increase private income. Like I said, there's really a limit to what you can do just by Facebook posts and this kind of thing. You can't really get to a really strong partnership that way. You have to involve them in projects like Move in Europe and have a really strong commercial website like ESNcard.org. So that's why I'm pushing this so hard, because I really believe that that's where the money's going to come from, and that's going to put us away from this dependence on public money. But we're still going to have an aggressive grant approach because we can. So we're still going to do that, but we need to be even more aggressive, I think, with private income.
Hi, I'm Mike from ESN Groningen in Netherlands. I have a question. Over the past few years, we've had a lot of different international sponsors. But how are you, as treasurer, going to make sure that we're enabling ourselves to retain the current sponsor that we have and not switch every year from one sponsor to the other one?
Well, this is the topic I've been discussing now for a while. Making sure that the network really likes the partners. This requires a consultation process. I mentioned yesterday that we have a partnership managers mailing list. Maybe the sections don't know it, but your national boards are on this mailing list. And before we start any partnership, like for instance with BlaBlaCar, there was a consultation process with the national boards before this even started. We didn't say yes until the national board signed off and said, yes, we're on board. And this is really the way. Because as I'm going to repeat it again, if the sections don't like a partnership, it's dead anyway. It doesn't do me any good. So there's no use in wasting time on that. So I think that's the way we're going to do it. That they stay. Well, this is kind of the flip side. You know, if the network likes the sponsor, then they'll promote the sponsor, use the sponsor. The sponsor will then get something back, and they will want to stay. So there's two sides of the coin. I'm doing the ESN perspective. There's also the partner perspective, of course.
Thank you very much.
Come accendo qua? Ok. Okay. Welcome back from Eurodinner to everybody. This announcement is worth more than 2,000 euros because we are glad to announce that Monsieur Charles Duchamp has his computer back. So Franco, porta il computer, vieni. So Mr. Franco over there woke up at 6:30 to bring your computer here, and we are glad to give it back to you. So have a good plenary time. Of course, I will keep your check block for me as a reward of the computer. Here we have the check block.
Okay. Next are the candidates for the communication manager. And it's my pleasure to ask Christina on stage.
Hello everyone and good morning. My name is Cristina Gavrila. Okay. So, good morning everyone. Hello, my name is Cristina Gavrila and I'm running for the communication manager's position. I know it's been a, let's say, interesting night for all of you. I hope you had fun at Eurodinner as much as I had, at least. And I know, given to the situation, how important it is to be to the point today and give you a really down-to-the-point presentation. So, let's begin. I'm going to give you 5 good reasons why I believe I'm the best in the position of the communication manager. It's been a long journey in ESN, but after 2.5 years, I'm really happy to be here with you. I know I've been enjoying every single moment of this journey, and when I put my passion into something, I literally have no limit. Thing is, I've been fascinated by ESN. It all started after my Erasmus exchange in Portugal when I came home to build what is now ESN Timișoara, a section in the spotlight. As national representative, my biggest challenge was to give ESN Romania the image it deserves, active and strong at the international level. So with 6 sections, we managed to have members in 3 international, that's strange, 3 international projects, 3 international committees, and organizing 3 international events. But my biggest affection goes to the communication committee, where I had the chance to put my experience into practice and work alongside extremely talented ESNers. Being a member of almost 1 year, I had the chance to coordinate the e-learning team, work with others and develop CI trainings, and contribute to the design of the last 3 issues of Express magazine. And now it gives me the second reason, my skills. Being in Portugal, in the 2 years I spent there, each semester I had the opportunity to learn a different design program, so now I can work with publications, with rasters and vectors. Another important skill for the position and for myself is that I can speak 5 languages. About my studies, I have a bachelor degree in communication and master's in management. My experience goes actually 10 years ago when I was barely 16 and I started to work at the local newspaper, at first volunteering, and afterwards working part-time. I had the opportunity to participate to hundreds of events, press conferences, write articles about the events, which enhanced my creative writing skills. Later on, 3 years after, as communication manager of one of the biggest festivals in Romania of that time, promoting social inclusion, I had the opportunity to work with 2 ministries, partners. We also developed a TV spot and radio. Recently, as Erasmus outgoing officer, I had a chance to promote mobility at a local level for the students at my university. Not only that enhanced my public relations skills, but also I gained a lot of expertise in the education field. Now I do know the necessity and how to communicate with the students, because I was an Erasmus myself, because I'm an ESNer, but also from the university employee point of view. Okay, the biggest reason to vote for me is that I have a plan. My plan is to make ESN be recognized as a key organization promoting mobility and inclusion of the Erasmus students in all our sections, in all our regions. But this aim, in order to be sustainable, it needs objectives. So my first objective is to build a communication strategy for next year, to promote ESN as a quality brand in Europe, and the most important objective that I want to fight for is to empower the sections to make use of the communication tools and the materials that we have. So some concrete ideas is to communicate the action plan to the entire network, introduce a mass media plan, have a national PR coordinator, promotional material and guidelines for the sections, the professionalization of ComCom, the corporate identity support, the external representative strategy for the president, and of course, oops, this is not working here. Okay, I want to have a 25th anniversary plan and also include the internal, focus on the internal communication. Okay, if you want more to hear about this, please visit later on Christina ESN.ro. And let's recap. So these are the 5 reasons why I do believe I am the best for the position in communication manager. I really want to thank you all for being amazing and extraordinary people and a true inspiration for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure to ask Robert on stage.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Robert Klimacki from ESN Poland, as you can probably see right now. I'm applying for a second mandate as a communication manager of ESN International. Oh, who am I? Robert Klimacki, 200 centimeters tall, bald, redhead. If you don't believe, look at my sister, she's redhead as well. I did my Erasmus in Granada, in Spain, and I'm kind of a social media and advertising nerd. What's my ESN story? How I started ESN? Well, I've been first year local vice president, PR responsible, and already a Comcom member when we established Comcom, first graphics team within the committee. Then during my Erasmus, I was lucky enough that there was EGM Granada. I got involved into the staff. I was part of the volunteering team and continued working for Comcom. Third year, just before applying for this position, I was vice chair of Comcom. I was national committee chair of International Committee in Poland, educate trainer until now, and I was designing gadgets in FICO. It's still. And yes, the last year I was the communication manager of ESN International. Well, some of my achievements. Well, starting from age of 16, I was a freelancing graphic designer, but ESN actually gave me something that gave me more experience. Well, that's how I started. 100,000 likes on Facebook when my predecessor Juan finished. Until now, 128,000. It's 28% of growth through 8 months. The page has 5 years only. If you think about communication, you think about interaction. So I will try to get interact already with people to show you the world of the international board. I wanted to show you to ask your question, your stories. So I made this communication campaign to ask you for some input. I wanted to make ESN look professional image, something that looks like it's a company. We can be better. Actually, we already look better than some Erasmus Plus promotion campaigns. We should actually teach them a bit, I think. Express magazines, as I mentioned, not only 1, not only 2, but not only 3, but 4 Express magazines in 1 year. I think it's a big achievement. I'm really proud of it. And I wasn't afraid to redefine the tasks. AGM Docs is an example of in the plenary handbook that just the fact that it was a common practice doesn't mean that it is the best option. I was trying to change this a bit. Well, my next plans for the second year, I wanted to foster innovation in digital media. Less leaflets, less printed, more digital approach. Further empowerment of Comcom. As I said, I was working very close with them. I want to give them more ownership. I want to empower them by giving more authority. Like right now, we have 2 or 3 people actually tweeting all the time, posting on Facebook on behalf of ESN International. Remember #EGM Milano. Oops, sorry. Annual report. I mentioned it a few times. I would like to introduce a new publication to ESN already this year to summarize everything that happened in our network and make it a very nicely looking statistics, infographics to show to the partners, to show to the external stakeholders. This is ESN, this is our numbers, and 20th anniversary is a perfect occasion to actually start it. Image of culture of ESN. I started a discussion recently. I want to really go a step further, formalize it somehow, show how we should be visible in external media, and to see what is the boundary, to set some boundaries, to give you guidelines, how far we can go to look professional, and this could only help us to get more partners, even more reliable network. Communication plan. In the beginning of my mandate, I had a general communication plan for everything together. At some point, I had to abandon it because there were so many projects coming up. We have communication plans for every single project. But now, after 8 months, I'm ready to make it a complex strategy. Information overload is huge. We have 5 services at the same time. Now I'm ready I know what is the capacity of our channels. Now I know how to actually put them together and combine them. How? Checking, analyzing our channels, listening, it's called social listening. Listening what's going on, what is engaging for people, which channel is relevant for which target audience, checking what was the successful one, what's not, maybe going to other channels. Move in Europe. As one of the co-founders of the projects, I'm very happy to work on it. This is my big baby, and I want to really push it forward, as I said yesterday. I would like to involve more a committee more into the press to show. We are working right now on the platform to show you in one place where ESN appeared in the internet, and to use our journalists to write some nice press releases, and to refresh some websites, templates. I think everyone is tired of the star in the corner of PPT template that you always try to not cover. I want to make it more nicely looking. And since Satellite 4 is ready, we are moving ESN.org into the new satellite. Why me for the second mandate? As you see, you have a endless list of ideas. There is always not enough time for it. We always work in our creative department to do it. There's more work for the network. No transition period gives you just extra 6 months of pure efficiency. I have an experience about the capacity of the network. I have a very practical approach. I don't just stick to my task list. I want to do something more. I have completely committed. I abandoned my studies. I'm an architect, no offense. It's a big challenge, and I have a huge support of my ESN Poland. Thank you very much for attention.
Okay. Now it is time for questions. I know you might have a lot of questions again, but please, we have to finish this AGM. Think whether this question you will ask will really help people to decide whether you want to vote for this candidate or not. And listen what the others are asking. If it's almost the same question, just say, okay, I was covered, and don't ask again.
Okay, before we start with the questions, I have a technical clarification to make, because you might have noticed that Christina's presentation layout was not perfect, because as you may notice, yesterday the computer broke down, so I had to replace it, and there was not the right fonts installed. So please don't judge that from the layout of the presentation.
Hello guys, I'm Tarek, International Social Erasmus Project Coordinator and also member of ESN Germany.
Hello.
And I have a question for you guys. As you know, Social Erasmus has been the flagship project, and as also Erasmus in schools. It has been the project who brought ESN to the local level in social causes. And you did not even mention Social Erasmus in your presentations. And you are going to be the one who will be collaborating with the international team. In front of you, there are many Social Erasmus coordinators and Social Erasmus enthusiasts. Please now explain us how you want to promote this project and what is your answer to the expectations of all these people.
Okay, thank you, Zarek, for the question. I was rushing actually. I was talking about empowering of my teams. I did not mention, I agree. As people from over in the press scenario will tell her, I said actually. I was working with you, with the team for the past year. I would continue working exactly like it works right now. I would, as I said, this is the PR-oriented project. That's why we need to promote top-down to get bottom-up response from the network, and we are using other projects to also promote it. As we are discussing right now how to move in Europe, also to to have the better scope of promotion, and of course working closely with the PR manager, promotion manager, Safi, to have a really big impact. I think we can reach even more activities of Social Erasmus Week this year. I'm really interested in it.
Thank you, Tarek, for the question. Indeed, I didn't mention Social Erasmus, and this is for one reason, that the projects are assigned after the board is composed. Of course, it's a really important project for the external representation. If, as I would be, I might be a member and I don't get it, doesn't matter, because I would really like to stick it close to me. It's important for the network. It's important to empower at the local level the coordinators, to make them understand and how to approach, for example, the media, and how to get visibility on the international, the institutional level. I will have guidelines written and put together materials to make all the PRs, and in this case the Social Erasmus coordinators, aware of the importance of promoting at the international level. I would also support it much more, and also give you the credit and empower other projects that might have the same power at the external level for our ESN.
Okay, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Yes, please, everyone comes down that wants to speak now.
Lucas from ESN Austria. My question is committee related. You're both very active in your committee. You were before even your candidacy. So can you please briefly explain what you want to change in the structure? Because you, Robert, already mentioned that you want to give Comcom more authority. What do you want to change? What do you want to keep in structure, in strategy? Just very briefly, please.
For the both of us.
For the both of you, yes,
Okay.
please.
Well, in this year, Comcom has become really active, and there we are a lot of members there, like almost 50. What is important for us is to have an action plan and understand what we need to achieve. Comcom is a network-oriented committee, also needs support for the IB. We need to understand on which side we are standing. And also, I would really like to have in the Comcom professionals, and make them be part of Comcom, that being there as ESNers would later on give them real work experience, and they can present it as such, and also bring up newbies that are interested in communication and they have from whom to learn in the communication. Like this, I mean professionalization of the Comcom, bringing the experts and the newbies in once with an action plan. Thank you.
I wouldn't change the structure. Right now it's working very, very well. About giving the ownership, well, examples, I've given Express Magazine, a big range to them, which made it, thanks to this, it was done very fast, within 1 month. So there was some tasks that communication manager and the IB were doing it personally, or we shouldn't be very operational as the IB. So we have a team of experts in the network, people who are motivated to do it. If you give them more ownership, they will be more grateful to do so. And when it comes to strategic planning, I was actually thinking how to prove that we are so active. We are very proud that we are so active, but we don't prove it externally. So right now, we want to have accountable action plan with evaluation to actually show we have those 10 teams in Comcom who did this, and that, and these are our outcomes. They're very accountable.
I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? There are none. So we have left Antonia, Agnes, Rania, Carlo, Maxim, Juan, Ilgas, Alessia, Gaffa, Arthur, and Alexandra. The speakers list is closed.
Hi, I'm Antonia. I'm a national PR of ESN Croatia, and my local section is ESN Zagreb.
Speak up.
I'm national PR of ESN Croatia, and my local section is ESN Zagreb. So there has been a lot of talk about the growth of the network, and which is 12% per year, which is not really a small number of people. Sorry, is it better now? Yeah. Okay.
A bit closer.
Yeah. So closer.
Yes.
Yeah. So about the growth of the section, yeah, and that's a lot amount of people who are joining, and I would like, and I'm also coming from relatively new sections, and I was talking with some of the members of the newest section here, and I would like to ask you to put yourselves in their shoes, in our shoes, and give us some concrete short advices about how to make our sections recognizable more on the local and national level, since you are here, and I believe that you have experience and knowledge to give us the advices on that topic.
Well, shortly, we are already creating several guidelines. This is always what we are doing from the international level, getting the knowledge and showing the guidelines to the sections. We are actually giving you one by one some materials that you can use. There's not always human resources in sections to create visuals, to create commercials, to create posters, logos, and so on. That's why ComCom serves the network as well. And we are preparing the templates. Also another project, let's say Move in Europe, we will also create posters when you can put your section logo, and it looks very professional, and you can promote your university, stakeholders, partners, and so on. So we're going to give you knowledge and templates, I would say, for now. Right now I have a group of national PR coordinators to discuss the problems, and I'm always open for more suggestions and needs.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, I relate to it because not long ago I started my own section. I was the local president of that time, and I also had studies in communication, so I knew at that time how to tackle the problem. Let's say, well, first of all, it's really crucial to have a good relationship with the university and make them understand why you are there, not just to organize parties or trips for the students, but also get involved in the local community and promote mobility, and also take care of the Erasmus students or the international students you have there. Also, it's important to get visible, to organize other projects we have and get to the media. Have a good relationship with the national board, go to the national agency, and so on. As Robert mentioned, what we will have for Move in Europe, the templates, those are for promoting mobility. I could go further and create templates for the sections to use for themselves, not for promoting mobility, but also to have posters and materials for recruitment or for campaigns, and what the section would usually use in the accessible format.
Hello, my name is Agnes, and I'm part of the International Exchangeability team, and I'm also from ESN Hungary. My question is, first of all, I'm truly aware that all the duties of Exchangeability team is the duty of the team, but regarding the long-term, your long-term plans, and also the long-term plans of the Erasmus Plus and the EU 2020 mobility strategy, how you think and what is your idea about supporting the inclusion of people with disabilities in mobility, and how you can support with communication this goal, because it's not only exchangeability, but it's the long term of EU 2020 and Erasmus Plus.
Okay. Do you want to answer on that, or should I start? Okay, so thank you for the question. Actually, it's quite a difficult one, since it involves a long strategy. First of all, I am one of the students with disabilities at some point, and what it makes someone be involved in the society is when you are included, when you know you can be there, and you know you have the support. So I would continue on exchangeability, promoting even more outside. I would like to involve ComCom from the promotional team to give you support as PR, or also have a comprehensive strategy with all the external projects we have to give much more visibility and understand where the students with these kind of situations are, so we can reach them and let them know how they can be mobile.
I would definitely start discussing this with the exchangeability team. First of all, to know what your needs are, what is your vision, and then how to actually implement it. For sure, I will focus on real life stories. What people understand the most, what is the most striking. If you have real life stories of people who actually experienced something, you show the testimonials, you show their photos, videos. This is best for interaction, actually open the eyes of people what's going on. So consultation with the team, consultation with the IB, then we can come up with a longer term strategy. But I would focus definitely on personal stories.
Hello, I'm Rania, originally from Greece, now living in the Netherlands, and I'm here as part of the alumni. So this is my 5th AGM, and I wouldn't ask this question normally, but Robert mentioned it in his presentation. So every year we had mini docs, and it was 1 booklet, and this year we have 2. And could you explain me what's the innovation about it?
Okay, there are a few. First of all, costs. We discussed it already in CND. That printing of these booklets saved us half of the budget for printing publications this year. Second thing, instead of creating 1 book for XG Maxi Docs, we created a directory of files on Wiki, which saved 2-3 weeks of work of the international board, so we can prepare better for the EGM. I mean, that was consulted. This was consulted with the CNR.
Okay. The Maxi Docs were not printed in the past, only
No.
the mini docs were printed.
The Maxi Docs were not printed, but they were still compiled like this.
Exactly.
So that saves time. Mini docs, now plenary handbooks. That was also, I mean, you see there is not, it's simplified. It was just simply cheaper as well. Half of the price.
Okay.
We wanted to save money for annual report.
Okay. Thank you.
Buongiorno.
Ciao.
Okay. In ESN, we work a lot on internal communication between members, sections, board, countries. But in my opinion, the big challenge is to make the external world aware of what ESN is. Because therefore it's easier to get partners, money, invest on projects, and so on. Do you have a concrete strategy to get attention from the outside partners and from the external world, or is your plan based on internal communication mainly?
It is not ever only based on the internal communication, definitely. That would be what, I mean, internal communication is working better and better. This is, of course, as you said, is bigger challenge to go external. First of all, I want to work, as I said, on the image and culture of ESN a bit, to first of all show what is our image outside. To kind of, I love to say the word, to polish our image. To polish our image. Sorry. And yeah, with for example, creation of the New Movie in Europe project, which is the most external project we have, communication-wise, we want to show how professional we are. I'm trying to make ESN look professional, so that actually partners also can come up themselves to us. It also involves working with ESN card and stuff with others board members.
Thank you, Carlo, for the question. What is missing in ESN right now is a strategy that involves all our projects, or as joint projects, or separately. And by joint, I'm referring to the, let's say, a research strategy, a research projects that we have. We can promote them as a block, like Story and Prime and the Erasmus Impact Study, everything we have, so we can go strongly with the partner, like, look what we're doing. We have that many answers for ESN survey. On the other hand, internally, because you cannot make that of a difference between external and internal, everything is important. For the sections, I would go further than the image of the sections and make them understand why ESN is creating all these projects, not only trips or parties, why it's important for us. And if they start promoting as such, we can go stronger to the partners with a stronger image, with a stronger attitude towards with our volunteers, with our block of volunteers, and they can trust us, saying that yes, this is the massive amount of people that they work in Europe, and we can trust our brand, and we know they will promote it because they promote their own work good.
Hello, guys. Thank you for the presentations. Very nicely done, both of you. I'm Juan from ESN Valladolid, and my question is it's about the vision of the position in the board. So one of the possible visions for the future on the Secretariat is that there will be a person maybe collaborating with communication in the Secretariat. So I would like to ask you whether would you agree or not on this? If not, why not? And if yes, how would you see the division of task and workload between the communication manager and this person in charge of communication?
Thank you, Juan. Oh, great question. As we say, the name of the position is communication manager. So far, it's very much communication implementer, I would say, and manager as well, both. Managing yourself is not very easy. I agree. We need, fortunately, we have communication interns changing. Unfortunately, they are changing, so it's repetitive. I think I agree completely to have in the future eventually someone in the office. And so far, in communication interns, this is working. But as I said, taking a bit of operational task from the board would benefit much more, so that the board, communication manager, can become more strategic, more visionary.
Tough question. What I would say is that, as Robert, is a manager position, not only communication. And as somebody asked me at the pre-CNR, like, how do I see myself, how I would like others to see my work, I respond to that question that I want to be the manager that make ESN a professional. I want to be sure that the strategy is there and that we have, as communication manager, I can tackle for the president and the LOs and education officers the external representation part. Of course, having somebody in the office that can go with the operational tasks, as Robert mentioned, is good, because when the board switches, like the communication manager, all the style of the ESN in the visual part is switched as well, and this is not good for our image. If somebody is employed for 2-3 years, it can give continuity. But from my point of view, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, Ilgas from Turkey. I would like to ask about, like, imagine all those people are not from ESN. So how are we going to convince them to join ESN? In one sentence.
I can start.
Ladies first.
Okay. Well, dear unknown people, when I came back home from Portugal, I had this dream of continuing what I was doing there. I was involved in a group of friends. I was leading them. I was teaching them Portuguese. I looked for their houses and for their well-being there, and I wanted to bring something home as well. I went to the international office. I asked if I can join such a society or association. They told me there is not, and I decided to create one because mobility is a lifestyle. Thank you.
I would say it's pretty short. Do you know what does it mean to be international? Do you know what does it mean to have borders? Because in our leading student organization of Europe, there are no borders. Join us and show others that's the same.
Alessia, ESN Milano Statale. So during this year, ESN Italy is going to collect 50,000 signatures for the right of vote to Erasmus students. As you can understand, we need a huge promotion by ESN International. We have to move high levels, and I think we really need a strategy for external communication. If you will be elected, how would you promote this important aim that we want to reach? And the question is to both. Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, I will need to discuss it with your communication manager office in Italy, definitely, to know exactly what you want, what you need, how far you want to go. Of course, we need to combine this. Okay, what are the needs versus the capacity of our channels, versus, we check the target groups. We already are promoting this kind of actions. Erasmus voting assessments to promote voting for exchange students for European Parliament. Right now, as I said, right now we have a group of communication managers. I would like to discuss with them exactly what is going on, what would we do. If it's feasible, I wouldn't say it's not a problem. It is country support. We are there for countries. I don't know what you mean by externally. Externally externally from Italy to ESN or wider? Externally external. Yep.
Thank you.
We'll discuss it later.
I cannot give you a straight answer to this. I guess this campaign you're having and much more of the network would go along when everybody will understand what is important for ESN and why do we have all these campaigns. So before that, I would have a raising awareness campaign on why is ESN promoting this kind of activities. We do have the EVA, but I'm not sure how many of you are involved in promoting and hashtagging and liking the EVA page. So first of all, I would like to make ESN aware of these opportunities, and afterwards have the network empowered to promote. And on the international level, of course, working with mass media, as we do not clearly have a strategical way in this direction. It will have Italy and any other country that will have external requests from our network. Hello.
Hello there. How are you? Hi, I'm Gafar from ESN in the Netherlands and also chair of the communication committee. My question is about corporate identity. We've had the visual identity manual now for several years. We've had the communication committee work really hard on, raising awareness and generally spreading understanding about the corporate identity. But still, at the same time, there are quite a few violations going on, and I think generally there's not so much awareness. I think sections still don't really know completely what is going on with the visual identity. My question for you is, what is the approach that you will take in the coming year on visual identity or strategy?
Okay.
Awesome question. Thank you. First of all, not everyone understands 100% visual identity. This is the problem, even ourselves. We interpreted it. We read it all the way through, and there are so many inconsistencies in the end. We have always discussions. People approach me in the breaks and are trying to say, this is corporate or not. So first of all, we want to rewrite it. We're already doing it. There's a team in Comcom for promotion for NCI. So already rewriting some descriptions to make it clear. This is clear rules, because if it's blurry, there's no sense to promote it. We're trying, and it's difficult. So first, we'll clear this out. Then we will continue with awareness raising, showing examples. Of course, e-learning tools is the first thing that will be used.
I will start asking you to raise your hands if you know where to find the visual identity manual. Okay, so almost half of the room of our sections. Well, you can find it on ESN.org under the 4 sections, and also on Wiki. My point is that first, we will rewrite. Of course, I'm part of Comcom, and I'm well aware of the need to do so. But in parallel, I will do awareness campaign, at least on the internal Facebook group we have, about where to find, why it's important, how to use it, and for whom it is. And of course, clean it up a bit. The e-learning team also is working on the video on the training that will be ready, hopefully 1 week after the AGM.
Hello, guys. My name is Arthur from ESN Lisboa. Congratulations, both. Olá. Congratulations. Yeah. Bem, bom dia. Congratulations both for your application. So 2014 is the 55th anniversary of ESN, and we still have a lot of sections that don't follow our corporate identity, as you well know. Do you think they should be part of a network that they usually that they reject visually? Explain your answer briefly, please, both.
Okay. Well, yes, you are right. Next year, it's the end also of the 3-year strategy of ESN and the 4th-year strategy for the communication that it was approved back in the AGM of Budapest. According to that, to those strategies, by next year we would have compulsory the corporate identity in the network. So each section should follow it to all the details, otherwise expulsion. Well, from my point of view, it's not feasible yet. Because first of all, we need to raise awareness more about this, and afterwards reinforce the rules. Of course, as Robert mentioned, and we worked in Comcom on the CI workshops, the general idea is to make the sections use the corporate identity or not use it at all. Their choice, but not to make mistakes with it.
Okay, that's funny because actually we work together on this. Yes, it is. Every year we're trying to say, I mean, every year, as I remember when I joined Comco, we say next year we'll make it compulsory, next year we'll make it compulsory, and then not yet, people are not ready. But we see the awareness is raising. People are actually controlling each other, kind of showing maybe this is not good. So awareness is already there. We're reaching the level when we can say, okay, violation is not permitted. I mean, there's violation is not using. I know that some sections are older than ESN, have been there before joining ESN. They have all their own culture. They are the hardest one to convince to change to ESN corporate identity. So step by step. First step, make it compulsory, make it prohibited to violate it, to use it wrong. And then the next step would be to make it compulsory completely. But I think it's in a few years.
Hello, Alex, Vice Chair Vice. My question is actually addressed to Christina. So we saw in your presentation that you were able to achieve a lot of things, move a lot of things as well. And that goes along, in my opinion, with a strong personality. Imagine that you're that the current board is being re-elected apart from you. Do you have any kind of team player skills? How do you deal with the team in itself?
So to rephrase it, if I'm elected with the other...
Imagine this situation. Yes. How do you get integrated?
Well, actually, I was joking with Dom a few weeks ago, saying that I don't know how I get to clean your kitchen every 2 weeks. Since December on, actually, every 2 weeks I'm in Brussels. I know them, all of them. I've worked with all of them in different matters, so I guess it's just them accepting me because I at the professional level, I work with them and stayed in the house and share things. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will just go, as we cannot give Christina any more time, of course, I will just silently go through her presentation again, very quickly.
Okay, now we will continue with the candidate for the Web Project Administrator. And I ask Adam on stage.
Buongiorno. It doesn't really sound as good as when Carlos says it. Hi everyone. My name is Adam Farnik, and I would like to present you my candidacy for Web Project Administrator. I will cover a little bit about my background, and then I will move to things that I would like to do as WPA, and also to my motivation. I was born on 25th of July 85, which makes me 28 years old, and I was raised on the border between Czech Poland and Slovakia, just to show you where that is. This makes me speak two mother tongues, Czech and Polish, but I also speak fluent Slovak and English. And I also speak basics of Russian and Mandarin Chinese. As for my education, I've been studying IT for almost 10 years now. Since 2010, I'm pursuing my PhD, and I'm also teaching programming languages and databases. During my master's studies, I was on 2 exchanges. First was Erasmus in Tampere in Finland, and thank you. And then on another exchange in Taiwan. After coming back, I felt very motivated to start a section in my university because there was none. So I quickly found a few like-minded people, and we started this exchange student club. Just to show you where that was, in Ostrava. I became that section's first president, but then we had very few people, so I was also communication manager and IT responsible and basically whatever was necessary. Then I became the section's second president. And I followed as a knowledge manager of a section as I became elected as president of National Board of ESN Czech Republic, which made me work as vice NR as well and as education officer. As for my ESN international career or experience, I'm an educate trainer. I was a part of a chairing team of CEP Košice last year. I'm a member of IT committee where I currently work as on a project which is cooperation with NEC, a section cooperation tool, and I attended many international events. Working experience. I've been working as network administrator for 2 years. Currently I'm working in the Department of International Affairs of my university, which is no doubt thanks to the work I've been doing for ESN. And I also have experience from other intercultural NGOs. Recently I was working on the concept of Euro-Arab online platform, which would allow NGOs from both worlds to cooperate together. Okay, so much about the past. Let's talk about what I would like to do as WPA. I think WPA so far was very strongly connected with web development, which is basically code writing. I think there should be less of that, and I think there should be less of administrative tasks such as mailing list administration and so on. I think it should be more about project and team coordination and management. How would I like to do that? I would like to secure means for employment of permanent web developer in the office. We have Mohammed now. We need to ensure that the people like that will be there in the office all the time. I would like to enforce this position with bringing IT intern to the office. And I would also like to work with IT committee closely, especially in the matters of human resources. As for my goals specifically, I think it's obvious that we need to keep on building around Galaxy and esncard.org. For example, even the registration system currently lacks a direct approach from the organizing committee to see the data that participants entered, such as workshop registration and so on. I also think that we should improve section questionnaire a lot, for example, by data validation, which would allow us to generate statistics automatically. And I would like to improve the value of ESN card by allowing partners to use some extra modules, for example, for vouchers online and so on, which also benefits Erasmus students because through that they can access and use the card even more. I think we lack documentation a lot. Sally was working on it. I would like to keep up the good work that he did. We lack documentation in terms of both development but also user documentation. So I want to work on that. I would also like, together with the partnership manager and with the treasurer, explore the possibilities of employing CRM, customer relationship management. Basically, it's a tool for maintaining contact with our partners. And to ensure that we're going to follow the 3-year strategy, I would like to implement 2 modules for satellite, local event registration, and body management system. Okay, why me and what's my motivation? I'm very motivated because this move allows me to connect my personal, more professional life with my personal ESN life. So that's very motivating for me. I am team-oriented, I consider myself responsible and innovative. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And now it's time for questions.
Lucas again from ESN Austria. You said you want to work closely together with the IT committee in terms of human resources. We have seen that the IT committee has always too much work and not enough people. So can you elaborate a little bit? What are your strategies and ideas here in order to get IT professionals that get paid for their job in order to work for us as volunteers? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Lucas. Okay, I have a couple ideas here. I'm going to share as many as I will be allowed in this few time that I have. Okay, for example, we don't really have connection between the IT managers on the national level and the people in the IT committee. I think that involving them, as for example Jonathan has with the partnership managers on the national level, is a key to go. Also, inviting NRs as an observers to the IT committee, I think it would bring the IT and IT committee closer to the national level, and so that we could benefit more from people coming in. Trainings is another thing, because people are very motivated. IT people are very motivated by the new skills they can get. So by allowing them to participate in different trainings, I think that would bring many people in. So these are the few ideas that just now come to my mind. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Hi, I'm from ESN, the Netherlands. With our sections, we hear about Galaxy, that it's kind of hard for them to find the right documents. Are you planning on making Galaxy more simple to use?
Thanks. Okay, there's currently being developed a new version of Galaxy, so definitely yes. But at the same time, I had the idea, for example, to use the e-learning platform that we have to create a basic online course, for example, for local representatives, in order to learn how to use Galaxy really properly. Because we've seen on the regional platforms there are always presentations about Galaxy and how to use it, and people are always like, oh, so this is how it works, right? But it only happens once a year. So let's do it somewhere that people can access it all the time, and I think it could help a lot.
Hello, I'm Rania, alumni. I used to be WPA 2010-11, and you said that usually WPAs do more coding. I tried to be a project manager, I didn't do much coding, and I think it didn't work that well during that time because the IT committee it was a bit, things were not moving, and that makes you very frustrated. And now I worked as a developer, and I'm moving slightly to project management again in my company, or the company I work for. And I see it from a totally different perspective. So what are your qualifications for project management? Do you have some certifications like Prince 2, for example? And I find it a good idea if you recruit a professional, but how will you deal with the IT committee versus employee and the situation? So it's 2 questions.
Okay, thank you. First, all right. Well, we're in a little bit different situation now than we were a couple of years ago. We have a lot of money coming from the projects, and many of these projects, basically all of them, have significant IT part. So we definitely need to employ people. We need to spend money on this. I think that in these terms there is no problem. As for my experience as a manager, Honestly, I don't really have any courses, any certifications, anything like that. It's just experience that I have mostly from ESN.
Okay, it would be interesting instead of DrupalCon to do this kind of training. I did it recently and I find it very interesting.
Cool. That's a good idea. Let's see.
John Chapman, ESN UK. Someone already asked the first half of my question about making Galaxy more accessible, but more generally, all the things produced by the IT committee and sometimes the specific files and software, how would you aim to make those more accessible to those who don't have the professional editing software? Because very often sections won't have anyone particularly experienced in IT at all, and sometimes even the technical terminology can get confusing for some sections.
This is a very hard question. I don't know. I don't think it's really possible to work without IT people in the section or the national level at all. I don't think that's possible. But we definitely need to make it more accessible for, let's say medium advanced users to be able to use it. Well, documentation is one way to go, okay? And I also think that my experience as from different fields than just IT, it makes me the person that can kind of understand how non-IT guys perceive the things. So I think that this could do a good combination in this and allow me to make it more accessible, as you say. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dominik Boskorenza from Czech Republic, from National Board. The first question is not mine. The first question is from our sections. I would like to ask you, how was it with your nomination to WPA? And because our national platform refused your nomination, is my first one, and second one will be mine.
Okay. So for the first question, the answer probably would be very long. So I'll try to be brief. And this is probably more to the other people, not really to the Czech platform, which knows that. I was the president of a national board last year, as I was saying, and I can honestly say that we were not the most popular board at all. I know that I tried to push for many things that I considered necessary to change to foster, and I still think this change will happen sooner or later in the ESN Czech Republic. The mistake that I did was that I pushed for it, and I didn't really manage to explain it to the sections a lot. So I think that this is what created this tension that in the end leads the national platform of Czech Republic not to support me in this candidacy.
And second one, I'm from...
Hello, I'm Ologur and I'm from Iceland, ESN Iceland. So as WPA, would you be willing to bring... Yes, can you hear me? Sorry. My name is Ologur and I'm from Iceland. As WPA, would you be willing to bring the IT committee projects to the public and maybe release them under some free software license?
Honestly, this is the area I didn't really think about. I mean, most of our stuff is basically developed as open source, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem. But then again, we should also consider how would it affect us and like what do we really want to share and what not. This is for further discussion. I can't really answer directly like this, but it may be a very interesting idea. Yeah, well, let's talk about it in the IT committee, and I invite you in.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak?
Hey, my name's Catherine. I'm from ESN Augsburg, which is one of the newest sections of ESN Germany. And my question also comes from that direction because I established a section and we waste huge amounts of time administrating the body lists and the event registration. So my question is, how big would your focus be on improving that, like finding something for the local sections, not to waste so much time on the logistics, but to actually have a proper system that's easy to handle? And like, how important would this be for you? Because like at least for us, that would be very important. We're all from the humanities and nobody has any idea of IT whatsoever, and that would really be a help to us.
Okay. Very important. The thing is that it's important for me personally, and it's also important because it's included in the three-year strategy, which will basically end next year. So we need to work on that. And it's already being started. The working group is being formed in the IT committee, so there is progress. The key point here is, however, that we need to tackle the issue of personal data recording in different countries, because it will be installed in different countries on different servers, and this makes it a little tricky because there's different legislative in every country as for the data being recorded in the database from different users like Erasmus students or your members and so on. So this is the area we need to really focus on in the first place.
I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? No, they are not. So we still have Dominique, Thomas and Sarah on the speakers list. The speakers list is closed.
Okay, hi Dominic Buscorenza again. I wanted to ask you, I'm from Project Section Box, and we had 1 year ago, we have high motivated team, high motivated NA. They wanted to help ESN International, and right now they are demotivated and they don't want to, and they just organize party because they want to enjoy it. I wanted to ask you, do you think that you are a good leader because you will lead some people, and do you think that you are a good leader and you can motivate the people?
Okay, I'm not quite sure if you're asking about Section Box now or on my leadership skills. Could you clarify?
Just about, do you think that you can motivate people when you lead them?
I do think I can, and I have a couple of examples. I mean, like, I wasn't really working only in ESN, but in different NGOs as well. I was working both as a leader and as being led and so on. I have experience from Educate. I have experience from local section, from the national level. I do think I'm a person that can motivate people. Definitely, yeah.
Hello, I'm Thomas. I'm currently delegate of ESN of Piraeus, but also national webmaster of ESN Greece. What I'd like to ask is that we don't have that many IT people, unfortunately, and there are many people who are really motivated, but they don't have the required skills. Do you have any strategy to actually try to implement people who do want to try, but maybe lack the experience?
Sure, thank you. Okay, first, we need to do a little matching between what those people without experience but with a lot of will would like to do, what's their interest, and what's our needs. When we match those two things, then we can design ways to train those people. Basically, investing in trainings is the key. If the people want to do this stuff and it's fun for them, but they lack the experience, they would definitely like to go on a training, right? And then if they're trained, they can help us develop things. It's the basic strategy that I would like to do, focusing on trainings. Thank you.
Hi Adam, I'm Sara from National Board Slovenia, and I have a very bad memory, so I just wrote things down. But you said a few things that I would like to connect, and one of them is that there's always lack of IT guys, and the second one is the way you want to connect the national and international board is by, for example, NRs watching the IT committee meetings. And the third thing that I noticed while also being part of ESN Netherlands is that sections or national boards sometimes develop their own programs and their own IT technical stuff. So did you ever think about connecting local, national, international level by using the knowledge and experience and data that is made in the local and national levels?
Yes, thanks, Sarah. Yes, indeed. Actually, I was trying to go a little bit into that direction in my presentation. I think I may be wrong here, but I think that the local and national level are pretty well connected if it comes to IT. So I wouldn't really go as deep as the local level, but with the national level for sure, because this is what I'm saying, involving the NRs and involving the guys working with IT on the national level for sure would be very helpful. Be that because of the human resources that we could potentially get, or the new ideas, or the project that they're covering already. So yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. And now we have the next exciting presentations. We will now see the presentations for the candidates for the next OC of the AGM.
Hello, everybody. Oops. I am Tolga Tatlede, and AGM Ankara head of OSCE and current president of ESN Turkey.
Hello guys, I'm Begüm Kayacan, Vice Center of ESN Turkey. Let's talk about Ankara a little bit. It's the capital city of Turkey with 4.5 million population with 18 universities. We have 6 ESN sections in Ankara actively working. Ankara it has a low cost of living. A euro is 3 liras in Turkey, so it makes it even better. You can have like a beer for 2.5 euros, have a meal for 5 euros. Taxis are cheap, pretty much cheap. How to reach to Ankara? It has an international airport. You can see the airlines working directly with Ankara. And you can come via Istanbul. Istanbul has direct flights from almost anywhere in Europe. Other than flight, you can take train or bus. This high-speed train takes only 2.5 hours. It's just really comfortable, the best option maybe. We have 6 sections, as I said, in Ankara. Each has 20 ESNers. They will be ready for the OC, and we have 4 more sections from Istanbul, Eskişehir, and Izmir. Istanbul will be the OC for pre-CNR. Eskişehir will be OC for the post-CNR, and Izmir for the optional trips and events. Our organization committee, as Tolga said, he'll be the head of OC, and we will have vice head of OC, and 3 of them. Each will have their own committees working with them. Sercan Selçuk will be the treasurer, Berat Çelik will be the VPA and PR, and Mustafa Akseki will be dealing with the accommodation and the events. Our partners are Ministry for European Union Affairs, National Agency, Ministry for Youth and Sport, Municipality of Ankara, Ankara Chamber of Commerce, and the universities. We're getting the most support from our national agency. You can see our sponsorships, Turkish Airlines, Turkish State Railways, Turkcell, and Starbucks.
We have 2 hotels, which is the 5-star hotel. It's with 500 capacity. The other one is like 4-star hotel, 305 capacity, and we will provide free internet connection with all participants in rooms or lobby. It doesn't matter. Plenaries Congress Room, the biggest conference center in Ankara, is like a 3,000 capacity and full equipment, and also we will provide free connection all of participants in Congress Room. Info market, it's gonna be takes Ankara University main campus, which is located city center. It is available more than 20 rooms for workshop and national platforms, and also it will have a barbecue party at festival zone as a lunch. As you see, the press CNR, and also we have a free bus for CNR participants from Istanbul to Ankara, and this post CNR, and also we will provide free bus for CNR person from the Eskişehir. pre-post events. You have an option to attend before AGM, Pamukkale Efesus Çeşme trips. And after AGM, if you want to relax, you can attend ESN Turkey National and ESN Madness in Antalya. And also the ESN Turkey section will provide Istanbul and city tour for participants.
The locations are really close. Our municipality, Ankara municipality, will provide free shuttles. The maximum distance is 20 minutes. Hostels to Info Market, 5 minutes. Hostels to plenaries is 50 minutes by bus. If you want to take a cab, it will take like around €5. AGM schedule, Thursday till Monday. On Thursday, we'll have the opening ceremony and Turkish night. Friday, Info Market and Euro dinner. Saturday, we'll have the parade, ending in an amusement park. On Sunday, we'll have the gala dinner. Parade, we're gonna pick you up from the hotels, and with the bus, we're gonna give you a little city tour and end the parade, and then amusement park with free entrance. We'll have our Turkish night with Turkish cuisine in this castle, and we'll have our gala dinner in a luxurious Sheraton hotel. It's really famous in Ankara. We'll have our Euro dinner in a pretty huge parking lot of a shopping mall. And this is the surprise theme parties location, Jolly Joker.
We have 3 days options, like you can see, is flexible, and we are strongly recommend the last one because of the good weather condition. Our participant fee is €135 with 700 participants. And also we will have an extra package for 150 people, and we will provide their accommodation, transportation, and meal as well. And visa issues. As you can see, the green letters, this country can allow to, with their national ID cards, is free. And also, Turkey has a special agreement with other countries, and also such as Czech Republic, they can come just passport, and the others just should apply online application and should give €15. And also we are working on it, maybe you will not even pay for this. And what is our advantages? Confirm financial support, modest participant fee, large number of human resources. We are already like more than 100 ESN members to ready organize EGM. And time and cost efficiency, low living cost. Thank you for attention.
Like what?
Hello everyone, I'm Maria Samara, President of ESN Youth and Vice Head of the OC. And here is...
Hello people, I'm Michalis Kolisidis, President of ESN Greece and also member of the OC of the AGM Thessaloniki 2015, responsible for finances.
And I'm Maria Yanikopoulou, I'm the PR Vice Senator of ESN Greece and also I'm the Head of OC for AGM Thessaloniki 2015.
And we're here to present the candidacy of AGM Thessaloniki 2015. Thessaloniki is the second largest city in Greece with more than 1 million inhabitants. It forms one of the largest universities in Southeastern Europe with more than 100,000 students. It's also for 2013-14 the European Youth Capital, and it hosts annually great events like the International Trade Fair. The organizing sections are ESN WOM, ESN Ateith, and ESN Youth. And here you can have a look of our OC. We have organized so far 3 national platforms in CNR May 2013. It's very easy to reach Thessaloniki. There are cheap flights with low-cost airlines from all over Europe with EasyJet, Ryanair, Wizz Air, and you can even reach it by bus or car. let's take a look at our program. We try to make a very convenient program for the participants, with key points being the opening ceremony on Thursday night and the parade that will lead to the Euro dinner on Friday night. For the accommodation, we have chosen 2 4-star hotels in the city center, right across each other, and for pre- and post-CNR, and apartments, hostel in the traditional area of Thessaloniki. The plenaries will take place in Aristotle University, which provides us with the main ceremonial hall for the opening ceremony, and the auditorium of 800 participants at the medicine faculty, and 20 small rooms for small sessions, NPs, and workshops. The pre- and post-CNR will take place in the Piraeus Bank plenary room, and for the info market, will be held at Ivanofio Stadium, which is 20 meters away of the university campus. And of course, we shouldn't forget about the social program. For the first night, we think that we should bring you closer to the Greek tradition, so we came up with the idea of a Greek night at a special area in Thessaloniki, only with taverns, we'll have also live music. And the famous Euro dinner will take place at the Warehouse C, which is located in the port, and normally the International Film Festival of Thessaloniki takes place there. For Saturday night, we came up with a theme party, Ancient Greece Party, at the fanciest and biggest club in Thessaloniki. And of course, the gala dinner will take place at the Opera House, which is a brand new building by the seaside. Our flagship event, the parade. The parade will be held at the new seafront of Thessaloniki, which is a fully renovated street, only made for pedestrians, and it will be reserved for us that day. Let's see it closer. Here you can see our hotels. It's right there, and the plenaries. It's only 10 minutes by bus, and you can also see the route that we will follow from the parade to the Euro dinner. What about the dates? We're flexible for the dates. We have chosen the AGM that will start 16th of April and finish 19th of April, and pre-CNR 13th of April until 15th of April, post-CNR 20 until 22 of April. We can host minimum 700 participants, and the fee for each one will be 185 euros, and for alumni 200 euros, for IB guests 220 euros, and pre and post-CNR 1640 euros. Of course, we have strong partnerships with the 3 universities, the municipality, the Piraeus Bank, and the National Agency, and of course, many local partners. At this point, I would like to invite you all to live a Greek myth with us, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, please, it's time for questions. So now I ask everyone who has questions to come now, please.
Hi, I'm Robin from the ESN the Netherlands. In the first presentation we heard that your budget is confirmed. Well, we have heard that one before. So I'm wondering how confirmed is confirmed, and well, actually for both of you.
Okay, as you can see our budget, the first municipality, national agency and universities are the most big part of our budget. and we have like support letter from this. We have it already.
Okay, at our part, the confirmed partners are, of course, the municipality of Thessaloniki that has supported us a lot and will also support us financially, and of course, the universities, the 3 universities of Thessaloniki that will help us through most of the aspects of the organization. Thank you very much for your question.
Hello. Again, well, not only about alumni. So I asked you a question on the candidates blog, but I think you didn't get my point, so I will ask it again. Always we had 2 kinds of prices for the AGM. So the regular spot and then alumni or IB guest. Both of you decided to have 3 kinds of prices. So for the participant, then for the IB guest, and then for the alumni. In the case of Thessaloniki, IB guests are the most expensive, alumni are cheaper, but in case of Ankara is the opposite. Why? Why 3 kinds of prices and why there is such a difference?
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I'll tell you what was the main idea behind this, why we had different prices. Because we wanted to offer another kind of, another level of services to the alumni and to the guests of the IP. There are many partners, there's stakeholders of education, and we would like to ensure that we will exhort them the best image of the ESN. But I will also tell you that it is highly possible that finally there will be a further adjustment to bring it closer to the normal fee. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for question. For alumni, we have a different price, as you see. I believe that for our participant, like one expense is 250 euros. And we want to do it like lowest participant for our network. And I believe that alumni support the network because most of them is working, because a little bit differences for us.
Yeah, but the question was why IB guests have different price and alumni different? Why there are 3 prices, not 2 alumni?
Like we say this like about support, you know.
Hello, really good application. Just a comment for Thessaloniki and a question for Ankara. So the post-CNR lasts just 1 day and a half, so that's wrong. Be sure about that because the organization. And a question for you. How do you want to manage the communication about AGM organization since YouTube and Twitter are currently closed in Turkey?
You can use Twitter, it's not problem. And I think it's like a kind of politics situation, but in Turkey you can use with DNS settings. Everybody is using like that. And it's not problem, and it's like the problem about politics, the governments and YouTube and Twitter company. And they solved the Twitter, and I'm gonna sure that they will solve the YouTube as well soon.
Hi, Gafar from the Netherlands. First of all, both candidates, great candidacies, great presentations. Thank you. Question is for AGM Ankara candidate city. You chose to do the AGM now in Ankara and then the pre and the post in different cities. My question is, why do you choose to do that knowing that it's a greater logistical consideration that you have to make, and also that DNRs or other guests who will be at this pre and post DNR will have to travel on the morning of the AGM and I guess the day after the AGM. It's already a very heavy event, traveling as well, I don't know.
Firstly, we want to share AGM all of the Turkey because of this, and we provide all of our transportation, and we will provide this free from the Istanbul, Ankara to Eskişehir, and Eskişehir to Istanbul of NRs.
Okay, hello, my name is Simona, President of ESN Slovakia, and I have a question for Thessaloniki. Because yesterday we could see how the Euro dinner can look like, and I have a question for you. If you think like it's a good idea, put the Euro dinner near to sea.
Yeah, we were all there and saw last night what happened, but we are sure that there's not going to be a problem. I mean, that we're going to block it, so nobody's going to fall. Come on, it's just security.
Oh, thank you. Kalimera kardeş. Is it for the Ankara? It wasn't correct, the presentation. So could you please elaborate about the sponsorship and the sponsorship of the Star Alliance members? Thank you.
We upgrade our presentation after CNR. Maybe they didn't receive the chair, but okay, we want to announce you. Last year we had the agreement with Turkish Airlines, but this year we upgrade the agreement with all of Star Alliance members, and all of the person has a 5% to 20% discount.
Hi, I'm Susan from ESN Germany. I actually have one question to Thessaloniki, because you said that the place for the info market is 20 minutes away from the plenaries. 20 meters. Okay, that was all right. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who wants to ask a question? Okay, then I propose to close the speakers list. And I have Sonia, Carlo, Mike, and Sophie. The speakers list is closed.
Hi, I'm Sonia from ESN Innsbruck in Austria. I have a question to both of you regarding security. We both know that unfortunately in your countries it's kind of tough right now regarding security issues, and of course nobody knows what will happen in 12 months. But how are you going to assure our security, and what are you going to do if there are really tough problems like street fights? Or we don't hope that will happen, but I'm confused, I don't know what will happen in 12 months, but what will you do?
So bad stuff might happen, but it's like those rebellious acts. It's like democratic right of the public. So we can't promise it's not going to happen or anything like that. But we have this option of the hotel that we're going to accommodate is a 5-star hotel, and it's like good security there. And we can keep like the Congress, like the plenaries and everything. It's a little bit more isolated area. So like the actually street fights, as you say, it's happening in the like really center if it happens, and usually like really late at night. So like we and our Erasmus people are safe in Istanbul too, so and Ankara too, and Eskişehir, everywhere. So don't worry about it. It won't be a problem that much.
Thank you very much for your question. We totally understand your question, your worries, yeah. But I have to say that Greece, of course, there have been some problems, but now Greece is in a process of returning back to normality again. It is a member of the European Union. It is a pillar of stability in the whole area of the southeastern Mediterranean, and we are sure that. Of course, I cannot say that nothing will happen, but I can assure you that we will be our best for security and everything.
Yeah. Now, I just wanted to ask if you have, because Ankara has a plan B, security. Do you have that as well, or are the problems only in Athens and not in Thessaloniki?
Yes, actually, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that. Yeah, and of course, sometimes they're having troubles, but nothing's mostly. First of all, but secondly, having a plan B, I don't know, outside the city, it would be difficult, And the something last, like a social message. Don't believe everything you see in the television.
Okay, it's really nice to be on the other side this year. I feel more relaxed, and Lorenzo as well, probably. So the two most energy-consuming activities before AGM for us were preparing pizza and fundraising, especially. So you told us the name of, for example, the Star Alliance, and now you will tell us some names of the partners. I'd like to know how much money exactly did they promise to you? Because it's really important. And if you can name also a partner and the exact amount of money that they promised to you. Thanks.
Okay, national agency, they promised us 20,000 euros. Is guaranteed. And universities, 8 universities, we have 2 main universities, Ankara University and Atılım University. They will provide 10,000 is done. And we have Star Alliance agreement is on mail. If anybody curious about it, I can send the details or show them. And if we elect it, I will sign it and you have a discount 5 to 20.
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I would like to make it clear from the beginning that the current budget, our budget, reflects the absolute worst case scenario financially. So there have already been some improvements, some updates. You know, it's an ongoing process. You know, but we thought, of course, it would be unprofessional to present you a modified budget. If we haven't thought carefully about every aspect. That's about the amounts probably in the budget. Okay, so now what do we got? From the university, first of all, we have huge support, not financially exactly, but they will give us for free all the plenary rooms, all the ceremony halls. You know, it's a huge advantage like this. Yeah, and also our partner, Piraeus Bank, one of the largest banks in Greece. They will also give the plenary rooms for the post CNR. Also, we have discussed it thoroughly with the national agency. We have their full support, and in the budget we have put the minimum amount that we can get at the beginning of the whole process, like 7,000 euros. And also we have managed to promote the AGM as an international event of student mobility, international mobility. So we aimed at Greek businesses that have aspirations of expanding outside Greece in Europe. So they will also provide us, for example, coffee, and there is also discussion about how much money we can take exactly. You know, it is too early for an exact amount. Thank you very much.
Hi, Mike from ESN Groningen. We have a question from the Netherlands coming actually for Ankara. We've heard that you have one local section that still doesn't have a legal status at the moment. That not having a legal status can actually lead to some problems with regards to fundraising.
It's a question for us.
I was misinformed. It's a question for you. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, question for you. All right, one of your local section does not have a legal status at the moment. How will you guarantee that you will get that legal status? And what will be your alternative if you will end up not getting the legal status?
Don't worry, everything's okay. Now everything is ready. There are only one section that's left, but it has already started the processes. So soon enough, all the 3 sections of Thessaloniki will be registered and recognized as legal, with legal statutes and everything.
You can 100% guarantee that?
Yeah. Soon. It's a process that has already been started, and we hope they will finish by July. Okay. The latest in July.
Hi, I'm Sophie, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. My question is to Ankara. You said yeah, I'm sure. I might go back though. You said in your presentation that your plenary rooms will be fully equipped. Like, what do you mean by that? Like Wi-Fi and power sockets? Yes.
Plugs, Wi-Fi for all of participants. Like this conference room designed for 3,000 for people, and I attend many conferences there because we choose there, and like online camera system, plug system. What do you think about what you need the conference room? We have everything there.
It's like governmental conferences are taking place there as well. So like all the big 3,000 capacity conferences. So it's like Wi-Fi connection is strong enough, and they're doing live streaming from those conferences, all like projectors, everything is ready. And it's like around the conference hall, there like good food service and transportation service and everything.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you're already excited for next year. Now we will have the candidates for our second biggest event in ESN, the Council of National Delegates. And for this I ask on stage the candidate OC of Barcelona.
As national representative of ESN Spain and on behalf of ESN Spain, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the OC candidacy of the 4 sections of Barcelona to host the Council of National Delegates 2013.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very happy to be here. And I know this is a close pace and we are already tired, so I won't ask you to close your eyes, but still I would like you to imagine that we are in Barcelona now. We start the morning, don't drink sangria in the morning, by visiting maybe the Sagrada Familia, either for the outside, from the inside as well. Afterwards, we might get hungry, we might eat a little bit of pam tomacat, and some serrano ham as well. And we might have a walk in Park Güell afterwards. But first to do so, we have to go to the city. And I must say that Barcelona is a really international city. It's perfectly connected with both regular lines and low-cost airlines, for example, like Ryanair or EasyJet or Wizz Air. Here in this map, you can see like all the cities that are connected, all the ESN cities that are connected by low-cost lines, including also Russia. And let's talk first a little bit about ESN Barcelona, who we are. No problem. We are 4 sections collaborating. We do all big events and trips together. And we've gained quite an experience. For example, last year we did a national event with 1,500 participants. We also bring every year around 300 people to the yearly ESN Spain Ibiza trip. And 2 months ago we had a wonderful national platform in Barcelona with 120 participants, including 16 international guests from 8 countries. And this is an event quite close to the CND, so we think we have enough experience to go more international, and that's why we want to run for the CND. Sorry, and that's a photo from ESN Barcelona saying hello to you. This is from our last Christmas dinner. And here you can see some slightly creepy pictures from the OC members. And yeah, it's important to say that half of the OC is the same as the OC of the national platform, so we have experience. There's also 1 member of the national OC for the trip to Ibiza and 1 national board member.
Talking about the event, first here you have the overview of the schedule. So the delegates would arrive on Thursday We will provide a pickup service to the airport, and then we'll have the opening ceremony. During Friday will be plenaries and also the Euro dinner for sure. On Saturday, on Saturday, also more plenaries, but in this case will be right at the hostel, so delegates won't have to move. During the Sunday, after the event finishes, a visit to the Bunkers of Carmel, which is a historical site of the Spanish Civil War, with a great views of Barcelona, and finally a gala dinner. So on Monday, for the delegates who want to stay longer, there will be an official post-CND, and we are working on it. So here are the views from this place for the Bunkers of Carmel. And then, describing a little bit the venues. Will be hosted at the Generator Hostel. You saw a presentation about them yesterday. So all the rooms are from 6 to 8 people, from 6 to 8 beds with a private bathroom. Here you can see the OC checking the place. And well, this is the terrace where the gala dinner will be held. So with also an awesome views of Barcelona. Don't worry about the weather. If there is raining or it's really cold, like below 10 degrees, then the hostel will cover the terrace and provide some heating. So about the plenaries, the opening ceremony and the plenaries on Friday will be on the historical auditorium of the University of Barcelona. Don't worry, it's a little bit old hall, but it has plaques, internet, and everything. And it's the same place where we did the national platform. So during the weekend, the plenaries will be just at the Generator Hostel. Just go out of your room, take the elevator, and to the plenaries, like in the Suep Parma, I think it was. And here is also a map of the venues. The only long displacement is from the hostel, is there up to the university, down the little house. Which is like 20 minutes, but it's also really well connected with 2 metro lines that do the trip in less than 10 minutes. Well, finally, about the money, we just made it to have a really great deal with the fee, just 105 euros, and we are confident on keeping lowering it. And so that's all. Thank you for your attention, and remember that Barcelona is always a good idea.
Okay, now I ask the next OC candidate on stage of ESN Plovdiv.
How do I change the slides? Just down or? Good morning, everyone. We're here to present you our candidacy for CND 2014. We're applying with the beautiful city of Plovdiv, which, besides the incredible nature, also has very rich ancient and Roman history. The Plovdiv is the second biggest city in Bulgaria. It's located in the south part of the country. As you can see, it has very interesting, I would say, how do you say? I don't know how you say. Doesn't matter. It's a very beautiful city. It's very untypical architecture, I would say. You cannot see it anywhere else in Europe. How you can reach us, besides the prejudice, actually we're not so hard to be reached. You can either fly directly to Sofia, which is the capital, or you can get a flight directly to Plovdiv International Airport, which is covered by many low-cost companies. And what if you want to come with the bus? There's no problem. We're reachable by many countries by bus, or you can even come with the train if you want to. What else? If you decide to come a bit earlier in CND Plovdiv, I'm sorry, it's loading very slow. There'll be a pre-CND program in Sofia as well. So you're going to have the opportunity to visit two cities with one event. And if all of you come pretty much at the same time, we can organize a shuttle bus from Plovdiv to Sofia to Plovdiv. Where you're going to be hosted, you're going to stay in Hotel Maritza, which is a 4-star hotel. And besides the beautiful rooms, of course, the best part of it is that everybody will be staying at the same hotel. The distance, the hotel is 15 minutes by walk from the city center and only 7 minutes by bus to the plenaries. Besides the standard program, we have again a theme for the Euro dinner. This time it will be 25 years of Palmieri spirit, and of course we're going to have the traditional Bulgarian dinner. The plenaries will be held in the Technical University in Plovdiv. However, we are currently negotiating with the International Fair of Plovdiv to provide us with conference rooms, and this fair is right across the hotel, which means less than 1 minute walk. Opening ceremony will be in a traditional old-style house. And we also prepare something very special for Friday. The Euro dinner, you know, we're famous with Euro dinners. We decided to be in an ancient bath. Believe me, you haven't been in such a place. It's very interesting. I would say it will give very interesting spirit. Saturday night, we're going to have the traditional Bulgarian night, which most of the people who attended CNR Sofia can confirm it was very, very nice. What else? Night venues, we're going to check the best clubs in Plovdiv as well. That's normal.
So, what you should remember, basically, we can host it, we're really flexible, we can host it either the first, either the second weekend of December. The price is going to be the same for everybody, it's only 95 euros. For the additional program, we have two options. The first one is a 2-day trip. You can go to the south part of Bulgaria and visit a lot of forests, monasteries, and so on. And the second option is 1 day. You can be really extreme, doing some bungee or even skydiving. The budget, you can see it here, and how we're going to do it by the great support of the municipality of Plovdiv and the foundation of the European Capital of Culture. For the sponsors, we've already contacted everybody we already used for the CNR Sofia, and we're still running for more in order to improve it and decrease the fee. Our experience, you can see we have the SIP 2010, Best, and last but not least, CNR Sofia. Here's our lovely team, and if you already love it, come and find your love on CND Plovdiv. Yeah, okay, just play this.
There will be a video. The presentation is not over.
This is the one actually. I know it looks like we finished, but we haven't, so.
There is a little bit more, some small surprise for you.
Love is in the air, everywhere I look around. Love is in the air, every sight and every sound. And I don't know if I'm being foolish, don't know if I'm being wise, but it's something that I must believe in, and it's there when I look in your eyes. Love is in the air, in the whisper of the tree. Love is in the air, in the thunder of the sea. And I don't know if I'm just dreaming, don't know if I feel safe, but it's something that I must believe in, and it's there when you call out my name. Love is in the air, in the rising of the sun. Love is in the air, when the day is nearly done. And I don't know if you're illusion, don't know if I see it true, but you're something that I must believe in, and you're there when I reach out for you.
Sorry, we have to be fair. The time is over. And now we ask the candidate OC of Vilnius on stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Indra, and I came here to represent our candidacy for CND Vilnius. This is our national representative, Simona, and our delegation from Lithuania. So let's begin. As you see, Lithuania is one of Europe's best-kept secrets, and I think it's time to bring one of most important ESN international events to Vilnius, because we didn't have one for 4 years. And the last international event we had was CNR in 2010. So just don't miss a great chance to see the secrets of Lithuania. What is more, Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania, and it's not only the geographical center of Europe and UNESCO heritage, but also European Capital of Culture in 2009 and Presidency of Council of Europe in 2013. Also, I should mention that we have 6 sections in Vilnius that are willing to help for us to organize this event and do everything what's the best for you, participants. Let's move on. Connections, fly or drive. Of course, the best option for you would be to fly to Vilnius airport, because it only takes 25 minutes to come to the hotel you will be hosted in. And if you choose Kaunas or Riga airport, it's also fine. We have shuttles that take not so long time to go to Vilnius, so it's fine. And also the bus lines. As you see, we are an airline-friendly country, and we have really many options from every place of Europe, and it will be really easy for you to reach us. These are some of the companies you can use for coming to us. Also, flights are really cheap, so just check it if you don't believe in us. Date and price. We offer you to come for the 1st or 2nd weekend of December, but if you think that other date would be more suitable, we can do it. Yes, Simona said you can come on her birthday if you want. Now we have a fixed participant fee, which is 95 euros, but we can go less because just before going to AGM, we just received some more offers from partners who are interested in not only supporting us for this event, but also being partners with ESN Lithuania. And we can host from 130 to 160 ESNers. Accommodation, really important one. It's economic class hotel, and we will give you rooms for maximum 2 people. Each room has a bathroom, and there's really fast Wi-Fi connection. I think all of you knows that Lithuania has one of the best internet connections in whole Europe. And of course, the free parking if someone decides to come by bus or car or, I don't know, bike. Program. Well, I think I will explain this in further slides. Opening ceremony. We will do this at Old Campus in one of the oldest Vilnius universities. And one of the most important things during the opening ceremony will be theatrical medieval knights fighting. You should really check this because we are really proud of this, idea. Plenary venues. Vilnius City Municipality is the biggest partner and supporter for us, so they gave us permission to hold our plenaries in their main hall, which is really professional. There is a microphone for each of you and fast internet connection, and also we will use their professional equipment for broadcasting our plenaries. Lunch venues. As the Vapiano is the partner of our municipality, so they gave us permission to use Vapiano, and it will be reserved for us, and nobody gonna disturb you. Don't have to wait in lines. Just come and enjoy the food. Gala ball. Well, I think there's nothing to explain. You will just feel like princess or king. I don't know. And the last thing, which is really important and interesting, is trip to Traki. Traki is close to Vilnius, and it's a medieval castle on an island. We're really proud of it. If you go there, you can enjoy some winter fun things, see the professional guided tour, and try some traditional foods. This is our budget. Those who read our application, you saw that first price was 120 euros, but now we are to 95 because we found some more partners, and it may go less to 80. These are some of our partners, and these are our OC girls. All of them are really experienced ESNers, and we are always organizing national events together. All of them were or they are our board members. And as you see, the last one, she is a founder of my section. So, and of course, OC support. So thank you for your attention. I hope you liked our presentation, and we are waiting for you in Lithuania.
I have a couple of announcements. We will go now. We will first have the coffee break, and then we will have the questions and answers. Yes, but wait. One thing I need to ask the Finnish NR, the delegate of Åbo Academy and Metropolia, to come here because we need you for some changes, for some clarifications. And also after the coffee break, we will have a lot of voting. So there are still some sections that have not picked up their voting devices. They're all on this table now. There's only 2 tables. Please pick them up. And please be back at 11:35. Okay, we're gonna continue. Please sit down. Maybe I changed my mind. Let's do this through after the question round. Because I don't want them to complain that nobody was there. Well, Can you all please sit down?
No, ma adesso mi hanno detto che c'è qualcuno che tra l'altro mi sta spingendo verso il Career Day. No, abbiamo un evento statutario e devo uscire. Nel pomeriggio abbiamo l'Info Market che è un po' una roba molto easy nostra e potete dirottarli dove volete.
Okay. Everyone who has a question, now we had a question round for the C&D candidates. So everyone who has a question, please come down and give us your badge.
I have extra time.
I think it's easier if you pass it because.
Hello, Andreas from UK and FIGO. Question for all candidates. The question is regards to the funding. Can you please tell us how much secure fund you have until now? Because we have noticed some changes from the applications to the presentations. Thank you.
Can I start? Oh, okay, I can start. First, with our partnerships manager, we state that ESN Lithuania would also national funding supports the candidacy in case something happens, in case the bomb drops or whatever. For now, we changed the number and its fixed price for now is 95 for sure, because we got the money from the European Commission and from our municipality. Before, it was not sure. How much? Do you want to know the exact number? How much did we get? It's in a budget.
Actually, it was written in the presentation. I don't remember the numbers exactly. If you can turn on the slide.
Sorry, we don't remember exactly the sum, but the budget is counted.
Okay, so for our application, we calculated we have 4% safety funds. Is it okay?
Yeah, we didn't want to overcharge like just in case people, so that's why we decided according to the market prices of the things, we think it's enough.
Well, we have in the budget we have a surplus of almost 300 euros, but the budget is the prices, the expenses are in the worst case scenario. So the safety fund should be higher, and in case of any real emergency, we can use section funding. So it's a problem.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? No. Then I propose to close the speakers list.
I just have a general question to all of you. Why did you apply? Like, what is the main impact that's going to have it on your section work and everything if you get this event?
I think just like the first sections of ESN Barcelona are getting more and more and more international. And we also had a wonderful time with all the international guests in our platform. And I think like it's something that we hadn't explored before. But still we have experience organizing events. So we just want to join these two things to make some new interesting projects.
One of our main reasons is after CNR Sofia, we saw how much impact it had such kind of event on our development, and we managed to attract many big sponsors like MoneyGram, Microsoft, and so on, which otherwise we wouldn't because we're a smaller network. And such kind of events, especially with CND, because it's bigger and it's more visible, it's easier for us to develop the country, not only the country, but the whole CIP region, because those partners are applicable for our neighboring countries as well. So this is visibility, and I think it's strengthening the whole region as well.
There are actually few reasons why we decided to organize it. So first one is that our section is really active and we are getting more and more visible. I mean in university and also in Lithuania, and more and more people are interested in sponsorship or getting us as a partners, and international event would be like a proof that we are a really serious organization, and also that our section is organizing national events from time to time, the same OC as for CND. So we think that we are ready to organize something more serious.
Is anyone else wanting to speak? Then I propose to close the speakers list, and Julia is the only one left.
Hello guys, I have a question for each of you. For Barcelona, we saw from the application that you're organizing the event, all the sections together. So I would like to know if, like from your point of view, which is the plus to organize an event with more sections in the OC?
Which is the positive point. Well, I would say it would improve the relationship between the sections, but actually we do all the events and like big stuff we would do all together, and we have like many years of collaboration and experience working together.
The thing is that we don't even imagine to organize such thing just one section.
Okay. Yeah, it was kind of similar the question that Susan did. But why have you chosen the CND after the big success of the CNR Sofia?
Well, it was a really success for us, and it was very inspirational event, the thing that we hosted, the CNR Sofia. I think it's a natural step to go for a CND as a next bigger event. Unfortunately, we are still not ready for an AGM, hopefully in a few years. And as I said before, this is a very good opportunity for us to develop the country and the region, and also the current HR team that we have, the people who are here, we know they'll be here in December, so that's why we decided to apply this year and to use the same sponsors, because after 1 year, you cannot keep the attention of those sponsors, for a year and something, and I think this was the right moment to apply for such event and even strengthen more the whole network and the region, hopefully.
And for Vilnius, we know that the last, one question, okay. No, it was one for each.
Yeah, she said.
Okay, we know that the last event was organized in 2010. So you talked before about the benefit for the section, and I would like to know from your point of view, which could be the benefit for ESN Lithuania to have such a big international event there.
Okay, I am the NR and I work in all the levels, and I know that it would be really beneficial not only to the section, which is very big, they have very strong members only in the sections, plus other at least 5 sections supporting them. And it will give a visibility in front of the European Commission, in front of the main stakeholders. And I think it's actually really beneficial, not only to Lithuania inside of the country, but to all the network as a whole, to show that we support smaller countries, and to the European Commission in each country, in the their spots in each country, for their delegations, to understand that ESN is everywhere. It's also in Lithuania. And even if you don't know at the moment how our capital is called, I hope that you all will do, and you will give us this support. It's for, it's for everybody.
Thank you.
And if you're curious about the rest of the video, you can see it on the AGM Facebook group.
We have to make a small, I don't know how I should say, an announcement. We actually made a mistake with the presentation of Ankara. They had an updated presentation, and unfortunately we screened the old one. So to be fair to them, we cannot allow them to speak again, but we will just skim through the presentation, and you can check it. Can you do it? And now we will move to the part all of you have also been waiting for. No, sorry, not the part yet. We have a presentation by our partners, by Colibri Plus. You to come on stage.
Our global economy is changing constantly due to the digital revolution. There is a brand new creed of people. Internet today counts a population of more than 2.5 billion. Europe is over 740 million citizens. Facebook alone has approximately 1.4 billion users. This digital society connects, trades, and socializes at an unprecedented rate. Every minute we make 110,000 phone calls and more than 2 million internet connections. When searching for information, only 14% of consumers trust advertisements, while 86% of them rely on online reviews. Before buying something, we almost always ask around. Online advertisement is taking over the traditional one. Today, we live more in the World Wide Web than in real life, creating new forms of communication and socialization. Large corporations have emerged, thanks to this new digital reality. Internet trades range around $9.5 trillion a day. That is $7 million transferred every minute. Among the 40 richest people on Earth, more than half of them made their billions thanks to the net. Are you a part of this world? Probably not. Only 2% of the global population makes a profit with internet. The other 98% work without gaining any profit. Would you like to broaden your horizons without having to go back to school and study again? If you had the opportunity, would you be able to seize it? Colibri gives you real opportunity to make money from the internet. We have created a revolutionary framework that operates in the digital markets and can give you only gains. Colibri is the meeting point between supply and demand of the three largest markets on the internet: advertising, social, and e-commerce. A platform where very few actions are needed to start gaining Colibri coins, the virtual currency that you'll be able to use to buy products directly on the platform. You'll be able to gain from collaborations with others. The bigger your network, the more you'll learn. Colibri is real, and thousands of people have already joined us. Discover this new digital economy. What are you waiting for? The future is now. Be Colibri. Be the change you want to see.
Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. My name is Elia De Prisco. I'm very glad to be here this morning with you, to have the opportunity to present this project that we have put together in the last couple of years. I'm very enthusiastic because I saw the energy in this room. And when I'm together with people that have energy, I feel like home. So thank you for having us here. And my job is going to give you a little idea. I hope you understand my English. Yeah? I hope that what I'm going to present to you will appeal. Many years ago, of course, I was in your age, in your position, and I had to make my mind up for what I was going to do in the future. And somebody told me back then that if you want your future to change, then you have to change now. Does that make sense? You have to change along the way. And based on that small message that I got, I have put together my projects. I've lived with it day after day, and this is what is being the result of it. Colibri is a platform where people come together and bring their own knowledge, their own working ideas, and they can do business by just joining this already existing platform. But before I talk a bit more about Colibri, I have a question, because I would like just to know whether I'm talking to the people that have the right set of mind. I was told that in this room there are people that think a bit out of the box. Is that right? Are you thinking out of the box? You like thinking out of the box? Yeah? Great. Because unless you think out of the box, I think today, in today's world, you cannot survive. It's become very, very tight, and especially for people that are approaching the market today. If we look at figures on employment and how things have been done in the past, today the reality is completely different. And you, I suppose, agree with me if I say that in today's world, if you don't have ideas or you don't have a good preparation, then to become something outstanding is very difficult. Do you agree? Yes? Yeah, I've got some fans with me already. Saying this, something comes to my mind on which is a small story that changed my life completely. Because of environment in the last 15 years, if you look at how employment has gone, and I take very much the example of some of our people in the States, employment rate here in Europe with the crisis has gone high. It's gone very, very high. And if today's approach on the market is with traditional or the way things have been going in the last few years, it's very tough to get anywhere. A story changed me when somebody told me one day that some scientist had taken a big tank of water, and they put in this tank of water a barracuda. Everybody knows what a barracuda is? Yeah? A barracuda is a fish that would eat any other fish that comes along. He just devours everything. And together with the barracuda, they put in this tank a glass to divide one area with another area, and put on the other side a little goldfish. What do you think the barracuda thought as soon as he saw the small fish? Let me go and get him. Because he eats anything that he finds. Only that in this big tank, there was a glass in the middle. And the barracuda went from one side, saw the fish, took all his energy, goes towards the goldfish, and boom, he's hit. And he goes, oh, what's this? But of course, the fish is there, he wants to eat him. So he goes back, takes some more energy, goes back, and boom, he hits this thing again. Wow. He does this a couple of times. He tries and tries to get this barracuda, this goldfish. But of course, the glass was dividing the goldfish from the barracuda. And after about 7 days, the scientists did one thing. They took out the glass. And the barracuda was swimming along with the goldfish. And he never tried to eat that goldfish again. Moral? That today's mindset and this, what we have been educated with, I believe that if we go by what we are told with the surroundings around us, then probably we will miss opportunities, we will miss things that are around us because we don't have the right open mind. Would you agree that it's important to have an open mind? Yes? Yes, give it a hand because it's a hand for you. The more your mind is open, the more you can achieve what you want. And I hope that each one of you in this room has some dreams like I used to have them many years ago. And I'm proud to say that many of these could happen. Because if you are not living in your box and you go out of your box, things can happen. Now let me tell you what Colibri is all about. Because before I tell you this, it is important that I have your mindset. Because we are not what is a very traditional so-called another work, another opportunity. We try to put together a project where everybody can feel home, and especially for people like I'm told in this room, you are already part of a network, right? And you are doing a great job, I believe. I'm hearing great stories. And what we like to do with our community is helping anybody that wants to create some income by doing what they usually do already every day, be part of a big revolution. You've seen this, you saw the video. A lot of money is made on the internet every day. We are talking about 7 million every minute. While I'm talking here, more than $20 million have been created on the net. Who would like to have some part in that? Just a few? Who wouldn't? Who raises his hand whatever I say? Yeah, I know. So what we have done, what we thought is, we are doing things on the net every day. Facebook today has become what it has become because we have shared it with other friends. Is it correct? Groupon has done the same thing. They have become what they have become because I've shared with my friend, he's shared with his friend, and so on and so on. How much money have we made out of this? Nothing. Well, Colibri is a platform for everyone. By doing this, if you have the will to teach other people how to use the net and be part of this revolution that this network is creating, then you are participating in all of these turnovers. Every single euro, dollar, or whatever you come from of turnover that goes to the platform, there is a little share for who has helped us to build this massive network. I hope that with these small words, I could at least get a little bit of your interest. We believe very much in personal growth. So the more you grow personally, the more you believe in yourself, the more you can achieve. We teach these things. These principles are what our business is based on. If you are curious and you want to know more about what this project is all about, we have a stand out here, and you can come and visit there. You can come and talk to our people, and we have created a website where you can register, and we can continue to inform you of the developments. We're still very small. We are expanding right now in many countries into Europe, and if you're interested, please send us your CV, send us your information, and we send you some information back. Thank you very much for having me. Have a great day, and I wish you all the best in your future. Bye.
Okay, finally, the moment has arrived. The best moment of the AGM. Because we will vote on changing statutes and standing orders. And we have our lovely Katja, who has done a lot of work with this. You will see very soon. And she will present those changes to you. Those are all proposals. I will first explain how we will vote, because we will vote directly on all of them. That means there will always be a comment or even clarification and question round. So after every proposal, you have the chance to speak. Doesn't mean you have to speak to every proposal, because if you do, it will take a long time. And this is very important. You have to listen carefully. We have also amendments to the proposals. So somebody proposed something and somebody thought it's not bad, but we want to change it a little bit. On these we also have to vote. And we have different majorities for these things. So first, if there is an amendment to the proposal, we vote on the amendment. The amendment is voted by simple majority. That means more yes than no, then it is accepted. The actual proposals are always voted with 2/3 absolute majority. This means the actual proposals, if you vote no or abstain, it has the same effect, because both will be actually no for this proposal. Another comment. If you see mistakes like typos or the numbering is wrong, please do not comment now on this. We can't just fix it afterwards. We don't have to vote or do anything on this. We clarified this also with our lawyers. But please, if you do note them, come to us and tell us that we can afterwards correct those things. Katja will start with the changes to the statutes and then go to the standing orders. I hope this is very clear, but once we go to the voting and in the first round, I will again make very clear how it works, and I give the word to Katja.
Working now, yeah. Hi everyone, nice to see a lot of you again, me being on stage. Everyone who's been there last year, you know my face maybe, but I was a lot smaller because the stage was much further in the back. I'm Katja Krohn. I was the chair of the AGM last year. This is my 7th AGM. Yeah, great. The first one was in Besançon in France, and I know how you feel with the statute and standing order changes because I felt the same way. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know that these documents existed a few weeks before the AGM. So I know that this can be confusing. This is sometimes chaos in your head or something like that. So if you don't understand something, please ask or ask your NRs, because I discussed all of these changes already before. So I hope you have some written documentation from your NRs or discuss it during a national platform, but please come to stage if you have questions about it. That's now is the time. As soon as we change it, we cannot change it again for another year. So please really think about what we are going to change and try to pay attention as much as possible. And as you can listen, or as you can hear, my voice is not the best today. Unfortunately, not because I was partying too much, but because I'm ill. So please bear with me and please stay as silent as possible so I don't have to speak that loud. And I will last 1 hour, 1.5 we're going to do with the changes, statutes and standing orders. So are you ready to do this? Great. I can stay there as well. I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to stay there because everyone else was standing here all the time. So, hello to all of you on this side. Is it this way? Yeah. So please take your plenary handbooks, part number 2. You have all the proposals and amendments in there. And please just follow with your plenary handbooks. For the statutes, I made a presentation like this because it's easier to combine a few of the proposals. For the standing orders, I will go through the plenary handbook, the colored version, which you also got sent, or you have it in your email boxes. I will go through the colored version with you, so we will go one by one by one. It will be easier for you to follow. But here, just pay attention, because the statutes is one document. For the standing orders, it's more difficult because we have different standing orders combined in one document. Okay, so we're going to start with a very easy one. This is just rephrasing of time frames and just make it more coherent, and also for the deadline. So we're just going to change 8121 from 12 months to 1 year. Very easy. Same happens with 8151. 12 months become 1 year. That's in blue. And even though 11.1 and 11.11 might be crossed out later on, we still have to vote for the change in case you don't vote for deleting them as they are. So we're just going to vote for 1 month becoming 30 days and 3 weeks becoming 21 days. So if we change it later on, they're going to be deleted, that's fine, but for now, as we don't know what you're going to be voting later on, we have to change this as it is. Is that clear? Right. More rephrasing. NR has a mandate of 12 months. 12 months becomes 1 year. Again, 1 month becomes 30 days, 1 week 7 days, and 2 weeks are 14 days. I hope we can agree that 2 weeks are 14 days, 1 month is 30 days, so it's easier to count deadlines. I think we don't have to go into much more details here. So this is just the question you're going to, Emmanuel is going to ask you, and these are just, again, all the numbers we're going to change.
Are there any questions or comments to these proposals? This is not the case. That means we will go to the voting. The question is, do you approve the rephrasing of the articles 8.2.1, 8.1.5.1, 11.1, 11.11, 20.2, 36.2, 36.21, and 41.4? Yes, no, or abstain. It's a 2/3 majority. This change is accepted. Congratulations.
Okay, congratulations to all the first-time AGMers. You just changed the statutes for the very first time. Woohoo! Okay. Another easy one. We're actually deleting unnecessary numbers or words or whatever there is which should not be there. So Article 21, there's only one sentence, so we don't need 21.1. It's just 21, obviously. Section 2.3 of Title 4, so you know where to look for it. Rights and duties of the CNR, there are no duties explained in this section. So, and duties is going to be deleted. Article 42, we will combine 41.1 and 41.1.1 because it's basically just one sentence and it can be in one line, it can be the whole Article 42. We don't need two different lines for this one. So it will be if a board position is vacant, the CNR, obviously then starting with a small t, elects at the earliest possible opportunity substitute to the vacant position without prejudice to the statutes and standing orders. Then in 47.3.1, fee is the half of the is obviously wrong. It's half of the fee, so there is going to be deleted. And that's already it, and next voting.
Are there any questions or comments to these changes? This is not the case, so we will proceed to the voting. Do you approve the changes to Articles 21, 42, 47.3.1 and Section 2.3 of Title 4? Yes, no, or abstain. We have a two-thirds majority here as well. Congratulations, this change is also accepted.
Okay, next one. We have three different majorities, as you might know. If you don't know, you can check it in your document and in the plenary handbook. There's simple majority, there's absolute majority, and there's two-thirds absolute majority. This is the official phrasing, two-thirds absolute majority. However, throughout the whole document, there's different phrasing used. Sometimes it's absolute two-thirds majority, sometimes it's two-thirds absolute majority, sometimes it's two-thirds majority, but it's supposed to be two-thirds absolute majority. So with these changes, we just want to make it coherent and make it the same phrase everywhere. So we're changing 37.4 into two-thirds absolute majority, adding absolute here. The same goes for former 53.3, then probably in the future being 52.3. Also adding absolute 53.3, the new one. Also adding the absolute. And then in 55.1.3, where this is actually explained in the very end of the document, we just move absolute to after the two-thirds.
Are there any questions or comments to this change? This is not the case, so we proceed to the voting. Do you approve the addition, repositioning of the word absolute in Articles 37.4, 53.3, which will be proposed to be 52.3, and 51.4 proposed to be 53.3? I should also use it correctly from now on, we will vote with two-third absolute majority. Two-third majority, sorry. Yes, no, abstain.
So, did I mention I have more versions of the song? So you will hear a slightly different one.
And this change was also accepted.
Great. Another very easy one. There was a big discussion in the CNR going on for, let's say, 3 years already, maybe even longer, I don't know. Is it NR? Is it NNR? Is it NB? Is it NNB? How do you put the article when there's an abbreviation? We know what's happening when there's a word, and he knows the English rules, I guess, and the English language rules. So finally we decided, with consulting a lot of native speakers, we had them consulted before, but there's also different views amongst the native speakers, apparently. But this year we decided to move everything into the same direction, so it will be N. So whenever you use the abbreviation NP, NB, NR, anything like that, it will be N. So get used to it, use it in your NPs, in your national boards, use it when you go to CNR, to the AGM, wherever, just get used to it, so you will also say the same stuff as we are now deciding at the AGM. So Article 18 will be changed to NNP, 19.1 will be NNP, 19.4 NNR, 19.5 NNR. You can see the changes in blue. It goes on. 22.1 NNB, 22.2 NNB, 23.1 NNB, and 37.2 NNR. So we're just adding the N. Continuing, 39.1 NNR, twice 39.2 NNR can only have one dedicated vote. 40.3 NNR, there is another addition to the sentence. This will be voted later on. So we're just voting about this N, to add the N. And then we have 52.3, which will be in the future 51.3. It's N and P in the end.
Are there any comments or questions to this proposed change? This is not the case, so we will proceed. Oh, there is?
Tell them you're...
Okay, I'll make it very quick. I just wanted to clarify, as a native speaker, the grammar point behind this. A lot of people will be confused the point of adding an for a consonant, which just seems stupid. It is based on the pronunciation. So when you say NR, the beginning sound is a vowel sound, so it would be an NR. But you would still say a national representative. I hope that makes sense to everyone. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments? Then I propose to close the speakers list for this issue, and we will proceed to the voting. Do you approve to change the article A to N in articles 18, 19.1, 19.4, 19.5, 22.1, 22.2, 23.1, 37.2, 39.1, 39.2, 40.3, 52.3? Proposed to be 51.3. Please vote soon. This change is also accepted.
So now the important one for you. Section expulsion. And suddenly it's silent in the whole room. So there's a few obligations the sections have in ESN, which are 1, very good, 2, yes, and 3, and 4, I think we have to work on reading. Okay, exactly. So these are the obligations a section has. So these are the things you have to do as a section. There's a lot of more things you should do and you have to do and why you're in ESN, of course. But these are really the minimum things you need to do. So what is happening when this is not done by a section or by several sections? At the moment, the rule is that this section gets a notification 30 days before the CNR or CND would vote on the possible expulsion. So 30 days before, you get an email from Virginie at the moment saying you didn't pay your invoice or you didn't pay your membership fee on time. Please pay now or you're up for expulsion in 30 days when the CNR or the CND takes place. Then the NR also, of course, gets this notification, sees, hey, oh, what's going on? They will talk to the section, and then they will, of course, explain to the rest of the CNR what's going on, what happened, if it was just a delay, maybe it was just not on the bank account yet, something like that. If no payment was received or the section questionnaire wasn't filled, then the CNR or CND has to vote about it. This can be very time-consuming because Sometimes the CNR and the CND, they save the section because there was a proper explanation why this didn't happen. But if this just doesn't happen afterwards, doesn't mean you don't have to pay this membership fee and you don't have to pay your invoice. You still have to pay it, even though you were saved. Then afterwards, the whole process starts new. So again, we see, okay, did you pay or did you not pay? Then you get another notification 30 days before the next CNR, next CND. So it can go on. And as long as the CNR or CND doesn't expel you, you're saved and it goes on, you know? So we want to make it faster and not have a whole body always discussing whether someone paid something or not, or if it's just a mistake, or whose mistake it actually was. So we want to have it in a more automatic procedure. These are the changes. You have them in your handbook. I hope you read them before. We will go through it, and I have 2 examples for you, so it's easier for you to understand. So I will first go through the examples. I will first go through this. So a section is expelled when receiving 3 warnings. 3. When do you receive a warning? We went through it when you didn't fulfill your section obligations. Meaning if you didn't pay the membership fee, if you didn't pay your invoice, or if you didn't fill in the section questionnaire. If you didn't do it even after you got the first warning, you will get a second warning. There's a new deadline, you get a second warning if you didn't pay the invoice still after you received the warning. Same goes for the rest, and this happens 60 days after the first warning for everything which has to do with money, meaning the invoice or the membership fee. And 15 days for the section questionnaire, because it's a lot easier to fill in a few questions on Galaxy. You can just do it at home. For money, we know that maybe you have to talk to university or something like that. That can take, of course, a little longer than 15 days. So, again, second warning. We didn't receive, or not we, them in Brussels didn't receive any payments. A new deadline is set, and if you did not pay until the third warning is issued, then you're automatically expelled when you receive the third warning. Then you're out. If you did pay within this time frame, the warning is still there and it's stored. There will be a list of sections which received a warning, but these warnings will be deleted after a period of 1 year. That's 10.4. So after 1 year, this warning will be deleted, and you have gone to 0 again, but still, this warning will still be there if you again miss to do something for the section obligations, meaning paying an invoice or paying the section questionnaire, paying the membership fee or filling in the section questionnaire. It's a little bit more difficult with the fourth obligation, that you have to work in the ways that are compatible with the aims of ESN. It's hard to judge, so we don't want to make it automatic, but the CNR should decide about this issue. So when someone says something about a section and complains about a section, okay, they're not working within the aims, within the vision of ESN, then the CNR will decide about this section individually. And if you get expelled for whatever reason, then you can only reapply after 9 months. For now, it was 12 months. You had to wait a full year. Now it will be changed to 9 months, so it will be shorter, that you can reapply and to be added to ESN again. So, example time. Just imagine you go to France or Paris, and you go to Disneyland. And Disneyland finally has a university, and there's a lot of people coming there, and tourists, and also some other people. So we have a section in Disneyland. But they don't pay the membership fee, unfortunately, because they just forgot, because they're playing with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and everyone else. So this year, the deadline to pay the membership fee is the 6th of April, which is tomorrow. When you didn't pay yet, do it, because as soon as you vote for this whole process is starting. So think about what you're doing as well. So you get the first warning on the 7th of April, which is Monday. Then you have the second deadline until the 5th of June, because that is the time frame of 60 days after the first deadline. If you didn't pay until the 5th of June, then you get a second warning on the 6th of June. This is 60 days after you get the first warning. Then you again have like 59 days to pay the membership fee. Next deadline is the 4th of August. If the international board cannot see any payments of you on the bank account, you will be expelled on the 5th of August receiving your third warning, meaning expulsion of this section. This is automatic. And then the section can only reapply in May 2015. Second case says Pluto said, Disneyland, I want to do my own stuff. So he found a section of ESN Pluto, and they didn't fill in the section questionnaire. They paid, but they didn't fill in the section questionnaire until the 31st of October. So the deadline, of course, 31st of October. So the next day, when we didn't see, okay, all the section questionnaire questions were filled in, then on the 1st of November, first warning is issued. Next deadline, 15 days afterwards, so 15th of November, after you received the warning. Then the second warning is issued on the 16th of November. If you didn't fill it in, still, it's not so hard, it's just a few questions. Third deadline is the 30th of November, another 15 days. You didn't fill it in, so 1st of December, you get the third warning, meaning automatic expulsion. And you can only reapply in September. At the moment, what happens, if you, for example, don't pay this membership fee, you get, of course, the notification that you're going to be expelled during the next CNR, meaning during the May CNR, which happens in May. This actually gives section more time to pay, because you have more time to actually really do something until the CNR would decide, which is now the case. Here, the CNR is not involved at all anymore, but gives you a general more time until you have your third warning, until you're really expelled when you didn't pay. For the section questionnaire, it's more or less the same time frame, because normally we wait, of course, until the 31st of October, and the next international meeting is the CND, happening in December. So the section could be expelled the earliest in December at the CND. So now, 1st of December would be the expulsion, the third warning, and it's more or less, it's 4 days earlier, basically, or a few days earlier. So this doesn't change too much. It's just the automatic procedure here.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments to these changes?
Hello, again, Henry from Estonia. I really love these really tight arguments about the proposal and amendments. It's awesome. And has there been any discussion about what is perceived as the reception of the warning? Because how is the warning issued, or what is considered as receiving a warning? Is it considered as the issuing of the warning, or how it is controlled that the section has received the warning?
It's going to be in writing. You can add something if you want to, but it's going to be in writing, because this is a law. You have to have a written documentation of it, that you actually received it. And usually it's done by email, as it is done as well now. It's a notification.
But does it need a reply, or it is just sent in one direction and that's it? Should it be considered somewhere in the text also, that how it is issued or not, to be really clear? But maybe the IB has idea on this?
Okay.
Sorry.
So, yes, you're right. I will come here. So the idea was, as Katja said, to send this warning It can be done easily on Galaxy. The idea was to develop just a simple button on Galaxy, informatically, to give like the rights to the secretary, for example, Virginie at the moment, to simply just on each section page to simply click on the button, send a warning, and when it appears somehow somewhere. I mean, this has to be defined a bit more concretely with the IT committee as soon as it is accepted, if it goes through. The section receives then an email, and it appears also. It can appear also on the Galaxy page, for example. Maybe not like not publicly, but for themselves. So, does that answer your question? If there's an answer needed, no, there's no answer needed. In that sense, the NR as it is now, I mean, the procedure doesn't change much of what's happening now when we send the notification of possible expulsion. We send this email at the moment with the NR in copy, and we know that the NR is receiving it. So generally what happens is that the NR and the national board are chasing the section as well. So the information goes to the section. I don't think it's a problem to do the same here with the new procedure. So the NR and NB will receive also the information, and they will also chase the section, make sure that they get the information. Welcome.
Okay. Is there anyone else willing to speak? I would like to remind you that we are voting on statutes here. These are our very, very fundamental rules. We cannot clarify every detail, how they will be implemented, and all these things. Otherwise, we will be here till tomorrow just discussing such things.
Vytenis, ESN Lithuania National President. So just to clarify, the section is expelled after 3 warnings. So does that mean if the section doesn't pay the fee in time, they get first warning? Then they still doesn't pay it, they get a second warning, they pay a fee, and then they don't fill in the questionnaire in time. Does that mean that they're being instantly expelled?
It doesn't matter for what you got the warnings. The warnings are stored. That's what I said. That's why it says that warnings are only deleted after 1 year. So the warnings are stored, so you get automatically a second warning if you didn't fulfill another obligation, even if you solved the first issue.
So it doesn't have to be consecutive.
And Tobias also just went. He had the same question. I'm Sonja from ESN Innsbruck, but I'm asking on behalf of the Austrian board because I will be the new treasurer. And Dominique already said that the national representative will be will receive the email in copy. But I'm really not sure how you want to make sure that we really receive all these emails. There might be technical problems, but how do you want to make sure that they really get the emails? Or will you send the last one with I don't know how to say this in English, the letter in recommandé? Eingeschriebener Brief. Because emails really can disappear.
Just that letter, you mean?
Yeah.
You have to decide that it's not me. It's basically, okay, at the moment we have email notification. And we know that people receive it because first, when you fill in the section questionnaire, you put your emails and you receive all the notifications. As well, the NR is in copy. We know that every NR has an email address, which is stored somewhere, and they receive, because they're on the CNR main list with this, they receive the information. And if an NR would not receive any information and no emails, I think we would know very, very fast, because you would suddenly know that there's no notifications coming. So there's no real big difference to what's done now. The section receives an email from Virginie, and it will happen the same again, but just through the Galaxy, and it's the same email address.
But right now they can still decide on the CMD, and now it's automatically.
Yes, it's tougher, but the NR is always in copy, so the NR will always know, okay, there's a section which is up for expulsion if they don't do what they're supposed to do. Within 60 days, within 15 days, depending on what their obligation is they didn't fulfill. So the NR will always be in copy and will always know there is something up with my section. I have to have a closer look what's going on there.
Okay. Is anyone else wanting to speak? Okay, then I have Michael and Dominique and Connor on the speakers list. I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? No. The speakers list is closed.
Okay, hello, Michał from Poland, ESN Poznań. So it's maybe not a question, but rather like a kind of proposal that it can be from a point of view of a local treasurer. For me, it's sometimes a little bit problematic, when it comes to paying for the invoice as for the membership fee, because sometimes there is the delay because the NRs, they have the list of the sections that pay the membership fee, but you can sometimes lose it, this email, and it's always delayed. Maybe there could be the chance to implement something like this, like the membership fee on the Galaxy, that it could be easier for the local treasurers. Maybe that's a question for you, but maybe for the next web project administrator, for Adam or for someone responsible for that. Maybe it can be also for these notifications that you can find them on the Galaxy, not only on the emails, because sometimes you can lose them as well. So what's your point of view? What's your opinion about this? Yeah, not yours, maybe the board or the next someone can say something about this.
Yes, it's something we can investigate a bit more as soon as we know if it's accepted or not. But you mean developing Galaxy a bit more into this section management? You can check that. Yeah. At the moment, I will elaborate. At the moment, there is this Google Doc shared with every NR that is up to date, that is updated really regularly by Virginie, almost every day. And every NR can check which section paid or didn't pay. So there is this overview of possibility for every country. At the moment, it's not for the NRs, but this can be implemented in Galaxy, I guess. But I'm not an IT guy here, so it will be discussed for sure. Thanks for the.
Please, I know it's maybe very easy to just have a dialogue down here, but please respect the speakers list. You speak once, and then you give the other part the chance to reply, and that's it.
So I'm on the speaker list now. Now, just a small clarification. I will just read the second sentence that you have in the plenary handbook and just elaborate quickly on it. The second sentence says, sections will receive more reminders and will have more chances to react. Just to notify you, for you to know that at the moment, there is no clear definition, no clear rule about how many notification sections should receive, how pushy we should be to make sure that they receive the information, make sure that they pay, etc. At the moment, the only thing we have is 30 days before expulsion, you receive an email. That's it. Then it's up to us to decide if we want to chase them more or not. And Virginie is sending at the moment, the international board in general in the last years, and the Secretariat, we are used to send a lot of reminders every week, every 2 weeks. There's no rule, but it's like, okay, I send a reminder now because I didn't get an answer. With this rule now, we make sure that there are some clear rules about how many reminders, and as well, informal reminders can still continue to be done. But I believe that it's an improvement.
Okay, I'm Connor. I'm the NO for Ireland, and I was part of the team that actually devised this. So I wanted to clarify a few things for you, because I know there's people that are not sure. The first thing is we don't want to expel any of you. Okay, we want you to stay in the network. As a CNO, we are presented with sections all the time, which takes up time. We don't know who you are, so we rely on your NR to represent you. And what happens is we don't get the full story because you're not there. Maybe they don't have a good connection with you either. So what we wanted to do is say, okay, you now have the power to expel yourself. We don't do this anymore. So our warnings will come out and they will give you coaching and tell you about how the procedures work. So you will get a strike if you don't do something that you're meant to do. The money is important. We need the money to function as an organization. Okay, so the key things here is you will get the warning. It will come through different mediums. You will have a connection to your NR, so they will have the email. You talk to them and you make sure it doesn't happen again. That's the key thing. Make sure it doesn't happen again. You're going to get more money, more benefit and more value from the CNR because we don't have to discuss this anymore. And again, it's not productive. I'm hearing about sections that I don't know anything about. So I just wanted to clarify, we do want to keep you. We don't want to expel any of you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will proceed to the voting. Do you approve the proposed procedures for the expulsion of members in section 1.3 of Title 3, changing Article 10 and 11? And congratulations, these changes are accepted. Before we proceed, I have a very small announcement. During the coffee break, somebody took a pink EF bag. That is very important to someone in front of here with a lot of things in there. It's like right in front of me. So if you have a pink EF bag, check what's in there. Maybe it's not yours.
Okay, after the heavy topic of expulsions, we're going to go for some easy changes again. It's basically rewriting or rephrasing or just adding something for more coherence and for more clarification, so that it's not possible to misinterpret these statutes in these articles. So 28.1, we actually discussed this in the group and we realized that there's space for misinterpretation here. So the board can bestow and revoke the associate membership of partner organizations as defined in Article 26.1.1. Some people understand that the procedure how to revoke them is defined in this article, but actually who can be an associate member is defined in this article. So we're going to change as to that are defined, because the organizations are defined in this article. So it's a clarification. In 44, we are actually matching the phrasing to Article 37.4 this way. Because here it says board decisions can be reversed by the CNR. Before we use revoke, and we say that the CNR can revoke board decisions, so we're just going to match the phrase. So the CNR and AGM can, revise, not revoke, revise board decisions. So 47.3.2. How it is done now, that sections who are joining ESN in November or December, they don't have to pay the membership fee because it's only 2 months. So ESN is nice and they say, okay, you're going to pay next year. Then again, there's a rule that sections which are new in ESN only pay half of the membership fee. So as you don't pay, will you pay half of it next year or will you pay the full membership next year? Because it's the first time that you're actually paying the membership fee. So just to clarify this, and that no other IB in the future will be able to, or there's a possibility to misinterpret this, but have to pay the full fee for the following year, because they don't have to pay the first year, but they will pay the full membership fee for the second year, basically. Another clarification, we have 2 different kinds of years in the official documents. We have the ESN year, which is from AGM to AGM. So the new ESN year starts after this AGM and goes until the next one, until the AGM is ending. And we have the fiscal year, which is January to December. That means the financial obligations and all the things, that's January to December. So we add fiscal year because of the CNR meeting, the last one is of the fiscal year, is the CND in December, and their financial auditors should be appointed in order to have the financial audit ready for the AGM coming up in March or April.
Are there any questions or comments to this proposed change? This is not the case. So we will proceed to the voting. Do you approve the changes for clarification and coherence to Articles 28.1, 44, 47.3.2, 48.2.2.1? Congratulations, this change is also accepted.
Okay. Another maybe not so easy one for some of you because you don't know how IB or how the board is taking the decisions, how this all works when they have board meetings and so on. So this is basically a clarification of how the IB should and would like to take decisions and who is representing ESN on behalf of who. And it's the introduction of the Secretariat because the Secretariat has existed already since 2011, but it's not mentioned at all in any of our official documents until now. So it's already 2.5 years, almost, well, it will be 3 years in autumn. So we should include the Secretariat because they're getting bigger and bigger and more important for ESN. So 45.2, it was changed a few years ago, and what we wanted to express with it, that a decision taken by the board should have at least 3 board members voting in favor or against this issue. So 3 out of 5 should take a decision together, not only being present and the 2 vote yes or something like that, but that 3 board members agree on the same thing, so that this is really a decision in accordance with ESN and for ESN and on behalf of ESN. So we are going to rewrite it. A decision of the board needs the votes of more than half of its members in favor to be accepted. We didn't write 3 out of 5 because maybe the number of board members will change in the future. So we don't have to change this article again if we change the number of board members. It's going to be more than half. 46.1.3. This means the representation. When can the board or board members represent ESN? And here it says, again, 3 board members out of 5 in the initial text, and we're going to change it to more than 50% because, as I said before, maybe the number of board members will change in the future, then we don't have to change this article. It's just more than 50%. 46.4, the board may be supported by a secretariat. The composition and competences of the secretariat are defined in the standing orders. Please note that we are hopefully going to add standing orders for the Secretariat later on. So if you vote yes for this one now, you maybe should vote yes for the next one as well when we add standing orders for the Secretariat, so it's coherent, because this is referring to standing orders.
Are there any questions or comments on this issue, on this proposal? There are.
As I told you, I really like these things. Oh, sorry. You changed a lot of the articles to make them all the same phrasing, but here the two lines, the first lines, had the same thing with separate phrasing. I just wanted to make a comment.
Can you please ask your question or comment?
Okay, I'm Andre from ESN Lisbon. And here you are changing to a decision of the board needs the votes of more than half of its members in favor to be accepted. You write that this is to avoid misinterpretations, that this is actually a misinterpretation. Like, you write that for the decision to pass, the members that are in favor, more than half of these have to vote. Yes, if you wanted it to be correctly, you'd have to write the board needs the votes of more than half of its members to be in favor, not the members in favor. You can ask a native if you want.
Are there any more comments? Okay. Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. No objections, the speakers list is closed. We will proceed to the voting.
Yeah. Okay, this is going to be voted together, all three of them. Meaning if you say no to this one, you will reject all of them. Just as a clarification.
I propose to split this vote, and we will vote on the first two first, and then on the change on 46.4 separately.
Maybe another clarification. What happens if you don't accept the first one? Then, of course, the initial article stays. A minimum of 3 board members together can take a decision. Maybe just another explanation why this was supposed to be changed, because as it was meant that 3 board members have to agree that a decision is taken, so 3 say yes. It could be misinterpreted into that 3 board members have to be present to take a decision, and then simple majority would mean 2 only have to vote yes and 1 says no, and the decision is valid. But then less than half of the people would have said yes, even though 3 voted.
So we split it.
We would just change the voting question. So please be patient. And the rest stays. Secretary stays in 46.2. No.
Can you read it again?
What vote? Yeah, because now we just moved the second one. As the second question, this will be the first question, this is the second question. It will be changed now. Okay, we split this, and the first question will be about 46.1.3 and 46.4. So the second and the third one, which you can see on the screen now. The second question will be about the first one. Okay? It's not possible to amend it. We cannot rewrite it now. So we have to, well, you accept it or not. And if you don't accept it, it will be reintroduced next year.
Now we will first vote on the second part, the one that is not controversial. So, do you approve the changes in Title 4, Section 3.3, Article 46.1.3, and the new Article 46.4, Introduction of the Secretariat? Yes, no, or abstain? So these changes are accepted. We will vote on the second one. So now we will only vote on the one that you saw on top on the slide. The question will be, do you approve the changes in Title 4, Section 3.3, Article 45.2? So this one did not pass. We don't have a two-thirds absolute majority. Katja?
I'm just going to very shortly switch my position to procedure auditor. We only had 256 people voting now. It's very, very close to not reaching the quorum, so just pay attention. that you vote if you want to vote. So we did this already. Okay, this is basically just reordering some articles to other sections. We don't delete anything here. We just take articles and move it to a different position inside of the document. So there's no deletion of anything. We're just moving it. So the former articles 51.2 and 51.3 are moved to the general part about standing orders and statutes because they concern both of the documents and not only one. So they shouldn't be in a section of one of the documents, but they concern both of them. So we move them up. Then the statutes are more important than the standing orders. The statutes are, in the French translation, stored with the Belgian authorities. So they are the more important document. So it's, for me, and I think for everyone else, also clear that they should be mentioned first. The statutes overrule everything else. So they are the first official document mentioned. So we're moving chapter 1, which is the standing orders, to chapter 2. And chapter 2, the statutes will become chapter 1. So we just, change them. This means that Article 52 becomes 51, and that Article 53 becomes Article 52. We just change them. This is how it will look. That chapter 2 will be the standing orders. So we just move, which is now 53.1 was 51.1. The new 53.3 was the former 51.4. So it was basically just moving them around, renumbering it. And we also moved something from the standing orders into the statutes. It was introduced last year because we did not want to change the statutes last year because we have to pay to change the statutes. And there was only one sentence which we wanted to change in the statutes. So we said, okay, it's maybe not worth to pay a notary and everything else and to go through all the hassle to change the statutes for only one sentence. So we put it in the standing orders, which is easier to change. But as we are changing statutes this year anyway, we will move this to the statutes, meaning from the standing orders of the AGM, Article 2.4.1 will become Article 53.2, which is marked in blue. Amendments to the standing orders follow the procedures of amendments to the statutes, meaning that you cannot amend on the spot at the AGM, that you have to follow the deadlines. The CNR and CNR can propose 30 days before the AGM. IB and sections can propose 60 days before the AGM. Amendments can be handed in 15 days before the AGM, and so on and so on. You can read it in your documents if you're really interested in all the deadlines. But this is basically just saying that if you want to change the standing orders, the same procedures as if you want to change the statutes are being followed.
Are there any questions to this proposed change or comments? This is not the case, so we will proceed to the vote. Do you approve the changes in Title 6, reordering Articles 51.2, new 50.1, 51.3, new 50.2, 51.1, new 53.1, 51.4, new 53.3, moving the Article 2.4.1 from the standing orders of the AGM to become Article 53.2, Chapter 2 becoming Chapter 1, and renumber the articles in Chapter 2 accordingly. This change is accepted, so congratulations. We move on.
Okay, another one. We're not done yet, sorry. A transitional procedure. There were quite some discussions this year about adding a board member, not adding a board member, having a second vice president, not having a second vice president. What would happen if we would introduce a second vice president at this AGM? Would we have to vote immediately after the AGM? Because as we know, if a board position is vacant, it has to be filled by the CNR. So what happens? Or is it only on the 15th of July that we add another board member? So the transitional procedures were not very clear and they're not defined anywhere in our official documents. So this article is supposed to be added, 52.4, saying in case changes are made to the statutes, the body proposing the changes or the board can propose transitional procedures. The transitional procedures must be approved by an absolute majority of the AGM. Saying if we had decided to add another board member this year, then someone would have proposed, okay, we only add this board member for the 15th of July, giving more time to prepare transitional procedures, etc., of course.
Are there any questions or comments on this? This is not the case, so we'll proceed to the voting. Do you approve the introduction of a new article about transitional procedures as Article 52.4?
Katja, can you come here?
Okay, this change was also accepted.
Was it? No, we're here. There's more. Still more. But I think you can still do it, right? Yeah. So, voting procedures. We are talking about the quorum a lot. And you heard this word, and I'm not sure if all of you know what a quorum is or what it actually means. So we're introducing an article defining the quorum. 54.1 would be then the quorum of a meeting is met if more than 50% of the members of the concerned body are present or represented. Present means you're here. Represented means you have a vote delegation of a section which couldn't send any of its members, for example. So you know that more of 50% of the members of the AGM, meaning more than 50% of the sections, have to be here. And we, of course, are renumbering then as well because we're changing something. So 54.1 will become 54.2 and 54.2 will become 54.3 because this sentence is going to be put in front of them.
Any questions? Comments?
Hello, I'm Claudio Haringer from ESN Buddy Network TU Wien. And current, how should I hold it? like this? Okay. Currently, we have at each vote a different quorum. As you can see down there, here you see a number. Sometimes it's like 360, sometimes it's once it has been 250 or something. But at least the half of the members are represented. But the quorum at a vote could be different, and this doesn't clarify this in my opinion. And how was it meant, or how would you handle that? For example, if now just 200 people would vote here, but more than 50% are represented.
Okay, explanation. There's basically two different kinds of quorums when we talk about this. The quorum of the AGM is defined with a number of sections belonging to ESN 30 days before the AGM. This number is 446, meaning voting at the AGM is only valid if more than 50% of these 446 sections are voting here and are present and represented, meaning we would have to have vote delegations of you and the sections who would not be able to come by PDF scanned version, and then here in paper version. That means 224 is more than 50% of this 446. This is the quorum of the AGM. This is like the basis from where we're starting. So we always need more than 224 votes here. We always know that there's more than 224 voting devices given out to the sections because we check that. So we always need more than 224 votes to have a vote be valid at the AGM. The quorum of each voting changes, that's true. If some people, they go to the toilet, or you don't vote, or you miss your voting, you cancel your voting, something like that, that can change. As long as it's always above the 224, this vote is still valid.
I can maybe also additionally clarify, this is regulated in our statutes, so you can read about it.
Is this clearer now? We have the basis of the 446 sections. We take more than half of it is 224. This is a minimum number of votes we always have to have for each voting that's happening here. And then from there we're going on with absolute majority, simple majority, and two-thirds majority. As long as it's always more, for example, here's 364, then it's okay with the voting.
I have a simple clarifying question. Is the International Board considered also as the body of these bodies that the statement applies to?
Yeah.
So the statement actually applies to the meeting quorum of 50%, but it doesn't consider the thing that we were arguing before.
It's basically introducing the same what we wanted to clarify before, yes.
Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? This is not the case. The speakers list is closed. We proceed to the voting. Yes, I think so. Do you approve the introduction of a definition of a quorum as Article 54.1 and the renumbering of the following articles? This change is also accepted.
Very easy one. Number of CNR meetings is going to be changed. There's actually 6 CNR meetings, counting pre and post CNR as 2. And this is why it's changed. That's it.
Any questions or comments? This is not the case, so we'll move to the voting.
Sorry, yeah. Maybe I can already comment on what's coming next.
I'm done.
You done? Okay.
Do you approve the change of 5 to 6 in Article 36.1? Yes, no, or abstain? While we wait for the voting, our mascot has been stolen.
Kidnapped.
Or kidnapped even. Please bring it back. I wasn't informed on that. The seahorse. Yes, this change is also accepted.
So it goes straight to the voting. You skip the amendment and I go straight to the other one. No. Yes? Wait. I don't know.
Check. Okay. ESN positions of IB members. This proposal initially had an amendment by ESN Metropolia, but they withdrew their amendment. So the second one, a board member cannot belong to any other body of ESN ISBEL, was withdrawn. Sorry. So we will only vote on the very first version, meaning 40.3. A board member cannot be NNR, a national or local board member. That's the proposal.
Any questions or comments on this issue? This is not the case?
I was asked to comment this on behalf of them that they will work on this issue, that it's not done totally, but they will probably reintroduce something next year.
Okay, we will move to the voting. Do you accept the changes in Article 40.3? Yes, no, or abstain? We lost another thing, not us, during the Euro dinner. It is a wallet, not a real wallet, but kind of with cards that was lost. So if somebody, I mean credit cards and cards like this. So if somebody has found it, please return it to us. This change was accepted. Congratulations.
Okay. No, I have to stay here. Where's my... Yeah. I see.
I know. They were in the wrong position to start.
Yeah, but I'm looking for my notes on my...
While you look for it, I need to do one thing on the laptop. No, this one is not good, right?
It's right.
Do you
It's
prefer
correct.
like this or like this?
No, it's too small.
Too small, right?
Yeah.
So you want to
Yeah.
scroll it like this?
Is this on?
So now we will actually move to the changes in the proposals of the changes in the standing orders. This is not our statutes anymore. Even more exciting.
So yeah, congratulations, you changed the statutes, we're done with that. And now the fun part really begins. We will go through the changes of the standing orders, and here, as I said before, we will go through this document which you have in your hands all together. And how do I move this? Why is it not with the mouse? Yeah. Okay, now it's... We will not deal with the reordering of the standing orders. This will be the very last voting. So we will start with the standing orders of the AGM. Takes a little bit. Wait. Yeah. So just find the page where the standing orders of the AGM start. And these are also very easy changes. Article 2.1.2, we change the number from the number 3 into the word 3. And we're changing A and B to N and B, as we also decided for the statutes. We should do it in the standing orders as well, of course. We are not voting on the green one yet, and also not on the pink one yet. So 2.2.2, N and R, and 2.2.2.1, another N and R. And that's already the first voting.
Any questions or comments on this? This is not the case. We will proceed to the voting. Do we approve the changes to Articles 2.1.2, 2.2.2.1, and 2.2.2.2? Congratulations. It's accepted.
Very good. Okay, you have to go back a little bit. We're now dealing with the green one, the 2.1.5. The proposal is to raise the minimum number of spots of the alumni network from 4 to 10. This proposal is only supported by the CNR, but not by the IB. So I guess they're going to make a comment on it. I don't have anything else to say about it.
Okay, any comments? Yeah, you.
Okay. Attention, please. So, as Katja said, there are different colors. The one in green are basically the one proposed by the CNR. So it means that they are proposed by the CNR, accepted by the CNR, but that they don't get the support of the international board. There are 5 of them. So every time I will just come in front and say why the international board don't support it. Then it's up to you to make your mind. So this one. We don't approve the 10 representative as it is written here, not because we don't want to give 10 spots to the alumni, don't misunderstand it. It's just because the whole events regulations and the whole distribution of spots during the ESN international events is regulated in another document called the Events Policy Paper. And we usually, when we were working on this document the whole year, for a few months, we were trying to avoid to put these numbers regarding distribution of the spot in the standing orders, because changing the standing orders is quite difficult. And yeah, all these numbers should be in the events policy paper. So that's why we don't support it. And actually these 4 representatives should, even in my opinion, be moved to the events policy paper. That's the explanation.
Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? We have John Lorenzo on the speakers list. Anyone else? Okay, I again propose to close the speakers list. No objections? Okay, speakers list. John Lorenzo is on the speakers list and the speakers list is closed.
I would ask to Dominic, why didn't the board propose an amendment in order to take out this part of the standing orders if you already think that it should be in? Right now we have to vote if take 4 or 10. In my opinion, in this case, I would vote for 10 because it's just adding some delegates.
Yeah, I understand. Now if you vote for keeping 4 or I think 10. We didn't change it simply for the simple reason of timing. We didn't have time to come up with it. But as I said, in my opinion, we should have no numbers here. And if you look at the rest of the standing orders, you don't have any other redistribution of spots mentioned apart from this one. This is the only case. I don't know why it is here, but again, there's the events policy paper who is regulating it. So, in my opinion, in the opinion of the board, it shouldn't be here, and it might be changed for next year as well.
Okay, thank you. We will move to the vote. Do you agree to raise the minimum number of spots the alumni network can send to 10, changing Article 2.1.5 accordingly? Okay, this was not accepted. It doesn't have a two-thirds absolute majority, unfortunately. No more spots for alumni. Okay, I was kidding. There is more spots for alumni.
How do I change back?
I mean, this, just to make clear, this proposal was rejected, but there is still other paper, the event policy paper that gives more spots to alumni anyway. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, next one. The big one, 2.1.6, very fast. We talked about financial auditors which are elected at the CND, the last plenary meeting of the fiscal year. There are two, and they are also supposed to present this financial audit at the AGM, so they of course should also be here and present, and they should get spots. So elected financial auditors can send 2 representatives, and then we just change the numbering.
Any comments or questions? This is not the case, so we'll proceed to the vote. Do you agree to add 2 spots for the financial auditors, introducing a new Article 2.1.6 and renumber Articles 2.1.6 and 2.1.7 accordingly? While we're waiting for the results, I have another announcement. Somebody stole their Russian flag.
Is it a flag war?
And actually I know who it is, so bring it back. Okay, this change is accepted. Congratulations.
Okay. Next one will be 2424. This pink. So I'll be finding your plenary handbook. The board, if they are included in the document, sent to the section 30 days before the AGM. Meaning, we're adding the right to propose for the board because they're not mentioned here. They're proposing a few things because they have to, but they are actually not allowed to propose anything else. So they can make proposals if you say yes to this change. And they have to include it in the documents sent 30 days before the AGM.
Are there any comments or questions on this? This is not the case, so we'll proceed to the voting. Do you agree to add Article 2.4.2.4, adding the right to propose for the International Board? Yes, no, or abstain. Congratulations, this was also accepted. We proceed.
Okay, continuing to the next page. As this is the version sent out 30 days before the AGM, the amendment which was made is not included in this one, but you have it in your plenary handbook, so please read it and pay attention now. The initial proposal says that if they want to amend proposals, the sections, the CNR, the board of committees, and any AGM participant can send them during the AGM even, but we want to give the chairing team some time to prepare amendments, to prepare themselves, to really be able to have a good sharing of the plenaries, and as well to be able to estimate how much time is needed for all the topics in the agenda. So added here is 2 days before the first day of the AGM meeting. AGM meeting is Friday to Sunday, with a section to statute and standing order changes because they have different rules. The amendment is actually to add up to 2 days, because you cannot only do it 2 days, but you can also do it 10 days before, of course, if you want to. So up to 2 days, but 2 days before the AGM deadline is over, and changing to the number into to the word. So this is the amendment. We're going to first vote on the amendment and then on the actual proposal.
Are there any comments or questions on this?
Hello, my name is Rita. I'm from ESN Finland. And maybe this is not the time and place for it, but I would like to propose that we are quiet when somebody here in the front is speaking. I'm really tired of asking people to be quiet and raising my hand all the time because I can't hear. So if you support my proposal, please vote by keeping your mouth shut while somebody is speaking here. Thank you.
Testing? Yep. Just a very quick question. Is there any particular reason it says AGM meeting, annual general meeting?
I know it's weird, but we use the AGM abbreviation for everything, and we make a difference between the AGM event and the AGM meeting. The AGM event starts on Thursday and goes until Monday, and the meeting itself from Friday to Sunday. So in order to know when the 2 days before the AGM is, that is not Thursday but Friday, which is the important day here. So it's Wednesday before the AGM meeting is added, even though it's weird if you would write it, in words. I understand your confusion.
Are there any other comments? I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? This is not the case. The speakers list is closed, and we will proceed to the voting on the amendment. So, do you accept the amendment by ESN Obo Academy and the IB to the proposal to change Article 2.4.3, add up to and change 2 into 2? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. As I explained in the beginning, the amendments always require a simple majority. That means we don't need a 2/3 absolute majority for this, so it's just we need more yes than no. Okay, this amendment is accepted, so we'll proceed to voting for the actual proposal. To accept the changes to Article 2.4.3, including the amendment. Yes, no, or abstain. Okay, congratulations. This one is also accepted. We will do 2 more and then we will go to lunch, okay?
Okay. Even though there's a lot of changes, this is actually also a very easy one and close to my heart as having been part of the chairing team last year. The chairing team of the AGM, as you know, is elected at the very first day and the very first moment of the AGM, Friday morning. However, working as the chairing team starts way earlier. They started in January already. They were elected in December. So this is basically just giving them also the recognition they deserve, that they're not just chairing this meeting, but they're preparing everything, they're coordinating everything, they're collecting the vote delegation forms and everything that is connected with the plenaries here. So this would change then having the chairing team be renamed in coordinating team of the AGM. And also, as we are such a big network now, it's not feasible to just chair this meeting with 2 people, but you need 4. Before it was only 2 people, 1 chair, 1 vice chair, and helpers. Now the proposal is to include the helpers into the coordinating team, so it's always 4 people actually chairing and coordinating the AGM. So it's not just a possibility to add these helpers, but there will always be 4. And I hope you just read all of the others, because this is just changing chairing to coordinating in different articles and renaming the head chair into main chair, because this is the normal expression we use in ESN. There's a main chair, not a head chair.
Are there any comments or questions on this?
You will be part of the coordinating team. Yeah. Exactly.
Sorry. I'm sorry, just about formulation. If it is responsible for, it should be preparing, coordinating, and sharing, or coordinating team prepares, coordinates, and shares.
Which article are you referring to?
Just commence with formulation, just in English. Responsible for preparing, coordinating, and sharing, or just coordinating team prepares, coordinates, and shares.
Obviously a mistake. We will change it afterwards. It's grammar, so we can change it afterwards. The actual what they do will stays the same, because the verbs are correct. But
of course.
Anyone else who wants to speak? I propose to close the speakers list. Oh, you want to? Okay. What's your name? Sonia, we will close the speaker. I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? The speakers list is closed.
Just for the comment that it's just grammar. Before we made a decision about changing A to N and vice versa, so I think, yeah, it doesn't change the sense, but actually it doesn't also change the sense neither to change A, NR to NNR.
You need to comment? No. I don't need to comment. I'm not commenting. This was a basic discussion.
Okay, we will proceed to the voting. Thank you for the comment. Do you accept? Yeah.
You have to read it.
Yeah. Do you accept to rename the AGM chairing team to AGM coordinating team and including the helper positions into the team as well as renaming head chair to main chair? Changing articles 2.2.1.2.2, 2.2.2.1, 3, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.3.1, 3.3.1.1. 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.5.1, 3.5.2, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 4, 4.1, 4.11, 4.12, 4.2, new 5, 5.1, 5.11, 5.2, 5.2, 836, new 936. Yes, no, or abstain. By the way, if this one is accepted, we are not the chairing team anymore. We will be the coordinating team. Because these changes are effective immediately. Oh, and so it is.
But how do I... This? Yes. And that? Ah. So last one for the AGM standing orders is the introduction of a new Article 4, the election of the auditors. We have to have auditors at the AGM. This is Belgian law, so we have to have procedure auditors, language auditors, checking the correspondence of the English version of the statutes with the French one. So, but there's no election procedure introduced or actually stated somewhere, so we're just introducing this new article that they are elected at the AGM and proposed by the AGM coordinating team.
Any comments or questions on this? This is not the case, so we will proceed to the voting. Do we accept the introduction of a new Article 4, introducing election procedures for the auditors and renumbering the following articles? Yes, no, abstain. Okay, as I said, this one was the last one for today. While we're waiting for the results, you have to return your voting devices because we will not return to the plenaries today. So please don't forget this. No, wait. We have more announcement. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. Okay, please sit down. We have also announcements from the OC. This proposal was accepted, and we saved some fun for tomorrow. So we'll continue tomorrow with this. And now I give the word to Carlo for some OC announcements.
Allora ragazzi, tranquillamente adesso prendere a mangiare, i braccialetti azzurri vanno a destra. Okay, no language preparation before AGM. Very bad, very bad. So, for the lunch, like yesterday, the blue bracelets to the right, yes, and the others to the left. So, light blue to the right and the others to the left, like yesterday. Very important, voting devices. You have your beautiful voting device. Yesterday, some of you had the brilliant idea to give the voting device back instead of to the staff of the OC, to the guardians of the university. So actually, we missed some voting devices. So please return the voting devices to the staff. The staff will be ready from 3 o'clock to get the devices back at the first floor in 2 rooms. You will find big signs outside the rooms. So please remind me because it's very important to give it back. Then, the university complained a little bit about how we left the room yesterday. So please take the trash with you. We know that there are many papers around. Don't do like this in the university. So please be polite in this case. And very important, last information. There is today the info market and the career day as well. The career day is a very important project that the OC of Milano, led by Claudio, worked a lot on. So it's really important that you attend, you go to talk to these companies a little bit, and also you give your CVs to these companies, because they're here because they're looking for European profiles. So info market will be at first floor, so +1, and the career day will be at 0 floor. It's really, really important for us also for the future of this project that it can be also implemented next year by the future AGM OC, that you attend to our partners' desks. Jenny? And also there are some presentations today, as you can see on the screen.
I know that the lunch will be longer, but at 2:30 we must start. As you can see, we have 2 rooms for the company, and we have another area for startup, because as we told yesterday, we will present also properly the Let's Start Up program, and all the area will be next to Aula F1, so you will find everything there, okay? Please come because it's very, very nice and also interactive, especially startup area. So see you later, guys.